Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. I want to welcome all of you to the Afridamus Report. Stoic One, welcome in the house. I'm finally back in the studio. Ladies and gentlemen, today's topic is, as you see, it says Colorism 101. And for most of you that are watching me or coming to watch me, this is not something that is new to you, and some people are going to, be in denial about, the things that I'm going to be pointing out here. And for me, the way I see this, observing it, and being an individual who was born and raised in a society that's not, based in color, and then to end up in a society where everything is based in color, um, my thought process and how I see color is completely different. But in the West, I have seen, because this is more prevalent, more common, and held on to by the women. The women, you know, um, Africans that I know, Africans I've met, African men, from different countries. Um, in the West, their idea about color and what I found in America, for instance, amongst the black people, is completely different. Um, because you would see a black person, like you could be having disagreement. They're like, "Oh, you're black," and and if you don't catch on to understand later, you're like, "Okay, why is this person telling me you're black?" Like as if I don't know, But the way they speak of the color is in the form of an ugly term where um, is what is shown on television. You have West African women too, some foreign women, Jamaicans and others. This is, like I said, mostly women. They are very, very colorist, very colorist. They are into color, and the African features, to say the person looks African is supposed to be considered an insult. You look at the skin bleaching. So there is different hierarchies when it comes to this color thing. And I'm also seeing it in second generation Africans, like Africans that migrated to the West and have children. Um, because when I was seeing it amongst Black people who are from America, especially the women, like I was able to observe it right away. Because if you're mixed race, like let's say Halle Berry, a mixed race, Halle Berry would be her, the way she looked would be considered beautiful. So most Black women, they live vicariously through that. So even though they know that Halle Berry is mixed, Halle Berry doesn't look anything like them, like the West African look they have, but they still have to hold on to that. But they are selective in it. If a, like let's say a Black man marries Halle Berry, he would get chastised like right away. They would say, "You prefer, you know, that light, light skin black." As we all know, the reality is, they're saying you prefer, the mixed race. And men, men are visual beings. People, what they are feeling and what they are seeing, they're not gonna deny themselves that. So these women are they themselves, for instance, let's say Beyonce and others, the darker skin black women and the African women. This is not just um, this is not just the black women that live in America and in the UK, because social media have started exposing it. Because I'm actually I was surprised to find out that there is even this clash, this beef, especially the black Africans, from, let's say, West Africa or Kenya and other places. They also have this colorism amongst them quite a bit. They have this clash with Somalis and Ethiopians, or mixed race people. They would talk in terms of, like, when they are speaking about their Africanness is in a pitiful way, like just like a black person in America, when they speak of their black, when they're speaking of blackness, not all, but most, they make blackness, your skin, they make it seem like it's a victimhood thing, like it's a handicap. That's how they speak of it, you see. So now you would see darker skinned people, especially darker skinned women, they want, like, for instance, if a mixed race person describes themselves as being mixed, they would get insulted and offended. But that same mixed race individual, if, let's say, a dark skinned black man, because this scenario I'm explaining have already happened. Tyrese, the singer, right? An actor. Tyrese married, a mixed race woman. I guess they're having a divorce now. And he posted he posted a tweet and also his Instagram. He said, "Oh, here's my black queen." Oh my God, the backlash. The backlash started coming. Oh, she's not black. So all of a sudden, they said she's not black. If she had said, for instance, if she had just said on her own that, "No, I'm not black, I'm mixed," same group of people would be offended. Okay, then you come to the foreign blacks, because it seems like in America people are already conditioned. But like I said, this is amongst the women, because the women themselves, they see the light skin, they associate beauty to light skin. Let's just call it what it is, because look at social media today. Go on Instagram. It tells you where the mindset of the people are, because the things we do here on social media, it's not like the computer just turns on its own and start producing what you're seeing. It is us, the people, the things we put out, that's what you're seeing. So with all the filters and stuff, or you go on one of those dating sites, you look at the most of the black women on there, you would see they use lots of filters. They would use filters to try to reshape their nose to look more Western, um, to look more European like. But you see, you cannot change who you are. You can run all you want, but you can never run away from yourself. So therefore, eventually that That's what comes out as anger. And you see that anger being shown out there. I'll tell you, if you look at children, for instance, mixed kid, a mixed child, or some of you would say light skinned black person, you bring a mixed child around a lot of black women, or even, let me tell you, my son is mixed, okay? Used to when he was little, when I take him to, like I go to, events like African events. So I would notice he gets more attention from the women than all the, darker skinned African kids. Even their own kids, they would just ignore, the other black kids. And because, people, their subconscious would speak. Even at the time, right? Even though growing up in Africa, I've seen women bleach their skin. It was frowned upon. But for me, in the society, I see that they associate that to beauty, for instance. They associate that to beauty. But I didn't really think, I thought maybe they just, since they said beauty, they just want to beautify themselves. That's what they call it, but I never saw it that way. I didn't know it was a deep seated mentality, like deep seated. Because, like I said, when I used to bring my son in those get togethers, you would see um, the women there, they would focus their attention on the child. Like my son, he would get all that attention. And even when I used to go, even when he's around black people from here, women, he would get that attention too. You would hear like African, like second generation Africans, even the women, you listen to them, they'll tell you they prefer a light skin. You bring a light skin black guy around them and see. So I'm just telling you the things that I've observed. And you would also see them trying to convince, like insult lighter skinned people, like the Somalis and the Ethiopians. They would insult them. They would question them. They would do the skin race test on them. They would call it, because you know how I know they are into that? They would ask them these questions. So it's like it turns into the jealousy, like a jealousy that most black women, not all, but most have for light skinned women. Because black men, they even have to fake it. If they are popular, if they are popular, they have to fake it. When they are speaking, they have to say, "Oh, I love dark skinned women." I mean, among in Africa, as far as I know, it's not there yet. It's not there yet. But the trend that I'm seeing is headed that way. And it looks like it is a learned behavior. It is a learned behavior. It's not just a natural thing. Because like I said, I had to see it to believe it myself. I have to see it to believe it. The same type of thinking, because again, like I said, I'm comparing it to somebody who themselves are directly from West Africa, have not been socialized in the Western world as a child, going to school. It looks like it's so the closer they live around, are raised around other Western blacks who have been there longer, the more they are obsessed with color, the more they look at the Western standard as beautiful, the more they look at African looks, as substandard, and it's shown in the conversation. It's shown in the conversation. Let me see here. Dr. Polymath, Dr. Polymath, it looks like you're triggered. It looks like you're triggered. In fact, Polymath is one of those Africans who are very, very obsessed with skin color. I'm glad he showed up here because, like I said, people cannot hide, who they really are. And I have absolutely nothing against people that think this way. But I'm seeing it, I'm just pointing out what we are seeing. When you are a light-skinned person, you come around people like Polymath. Listen to the type of questions they are asking, even the Somalis or the Ethiopians. Is to every question, it puts them in the inferior position. And I've seen the interactions here between people like him and who they consider to be beautiful. Because you look at when they talk to people from Somalia, they are the only ones trying to convince those people to say, we are all one. And then next thing it goes to, how come your women do not date us? How come your women do not date us? You guys, now you are seeing what I'm trying to tell you here. Because when another group is going to a group they see as superior, they will be begging them to, hey, allow us to please have access to your women. What is wrong with your women where you are coming from? But it's because you consider them to not be beautiful. This is the honest truth. And like I gave you the example of, even like the women, like I said, from West Africa. So mind you, if the dark skin, black African kids, they watch that too, they see it. They see that, hey, look, this light skin, the mixed kid, he's the one that everyone is saying his hair is beautiful. What is he mixed with? Oh, look at how beautiful his skin color is. The kids are there, they're taking notes. They are taking notes, they are seeing, okay, wow, even my own mama wishes I would have looked like that mixed kid. And look, people, I know some are going to get defensive and feel like it's them, but only a hit dog would holler. Okay? People are just people. So I'm laying it out just as I see it happening. I'm treating human beings as human beings. I'm not in the mindset of should, could have, would have. No, it's about what I'm seeing exactly. So in America, for instance, in the UK, so if you look at the people that they push forward, the people that are seen as beautiful when it comes to the women, who are they people? Who are those people? Look at what they look like. Isn't this the same reason why somebody like even Rachel Dolezal, the transracial woman, was able to even pass off as black? Because people, I'm telling you, I used to have conversation. Go listen to some of these black women, for example, because like they have the words for it to express what they are trying to say. The African women that feel that way, they just show it, because if you listen to the conversation, you would hear it. When you're listening, you would see they would throw shots at people that are lighter skin. They would insult like their mixture, but they at the same time question them. Do you consider yourself black? And I always say, why is that so important? You're seeing the person, you see exactly what the person looks like. So you're asking them the question to put pressure on them to say they are black. And you would see some of these women, they will be talking about the people they would point to. They would point to as black is questionable, right? They themselves know this. Let a black man marry that person. Or let a black man say, oh, that woman is the she's the most one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. They would say, oh, you hate your mama. You hate your mama. So if you say another woman is beautiful, right? Who doesn't look like them, they get offended. Have you ever asked yourself why? Because the person is not saying black women are not beautiful, but they are in this eternal competition about it. So they're trying to catch up to white women while the the second generation Africans, they are catching up to them, to the blacks that were there for generations. So they just go for light skin. They go for light skin. So you have the African women themselves. When you're around them, you listen. People, I'm talking about not just one incident. I'm speaking about what I have seen with my own two eyes in real life, and also what people themselves are producing and putting on the internet. Like they would say, oh, Somalis don't want to be with us. Ethiopians don't want to be with us. And it's like they only are offended by the people from the lighter, the lighter skin countries. Tell me if I'm lying here, people. Tell me if I'm lying. So I came to the conclusion that this is a learned behavior. It is not natural. It is learned. Because, like, for me, for instance, the way I see the world and the way I socialize with people, I understand that not everybody is going to look like me. Not everybody is going to speak like me. I see myself as an individual. Most healthy thinking adults operate that way. But now, if you are assigning yourself as the police to describe who is black and who isn't, mind you, I have seen people who told me, "Oh, you are not black." At that point, what is their criteria of being black? You see? So it gets confusing. It's like it's something that is happening in their head. People, hold on. Let me share a quick clip. I'm not going to go too deep into it. It's a conversation amongst, it's a podcast in the UK. And these guys are second generation uh, um, immigrants there, people who were born there, born and raised. Their conversation and thought process is completely different from, the people, on the continent. And mind you, I'm not saying in the continent, you guys know, um, skin bleaching is a thing. It's a thing, especially in Nigeria, Congo, and Cameroon. Those areas, they are really Mali, Senegal. They are really into skin bleaching. I even see, Gambian women do it as well. Now, even some of the men, but it's more common in those part of the world. So there's something mentally going up there, that is just, it's not right. Okay. But I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to lay it out. So, you see exactly what I'm saying. But this conversation, people are having it all throughout the internet. Here we go.
This one today. Is there a double standard when it comes to mixed race people amongst black people? Yeah. Think about that one. Let it settle.
Shit, we're all black, man.
We're all black.
For the viewers out there, if you don't know, now we're gonna tell you. There's a difference between mixed race and light skinned. Yeah? So if
Why are you laughing like you were talking as well, bro?
I just asked the question. You
So even though
even though
there's a lot of things where when it comes,
yeah? So if you're mixed race, you're taking Irish and Senegalese. If you're light skinned,
That's an interesting mix.
yeah, I just thinking off the cuff, but
So the truth is, a lot of these people, they fetishize, the lighter skinned people. Let's see, Polymath, simmer down. The link is gonna come. Don't worry. Just hang tight. The link is gonna come. So this, it's like you hear they have this fetish, but because they socialize in this setting where there is something held over their head, they cannot operate naturally, so they have to pretend. So this is not a joke. This is a real thing. These people are held to. So just listen to the things they are saying here.
if you're light skinned, it's the complexion of your skin. So
got
we're
one
talking
here
about
over here,
mixed race people. When you're talking light
I think I'm
skin,
that light, man.
by the way,
Mixed race.
just thought Danny was light skinned. So he's mixed race.
Mixed race, man. Why are you laughing like you were talking as well, bro?
I just asked the question. You thought it. I just asked the question.
Like I've never heard the term, dark-skinned white person, but I hear light-skinned black. So I'm confused by that. Either they are black or not black. Which one is it? Either they are mixed or not. But that's not here or there. You guys know what I mean.
I'm not mixed race.
But let's get into it though. Like, what do you think there's a double standard? When
I
it
think
comes to
there's a massive double standard.
100%.
bro.
Get into
I
that.
think because I feel like when it comes, especially in the black community, when it comes to claiming mixed race people, say for example, a mixed race person wants to become prime minister or president of the United States. See how quick black people are on to jump onto, congratulations, first black president, congratulations, first black this, black that.
This is true. You guys remember Obama? When Obama became president, everyone knows Obama is mixed. Everyone said he was black. They are all for it. But, in reality, he's biracial. But they're not going to say it that way. I mean, and this was strong with black women, especially. Again, like I said, men, especially, men are visual. They're going to go with, what they deem beauty. As you know, beauty is not in the hands of the quote unquote community, the group. Is in the eyes of the beholder. It's an individual choice. So if you want to hold people hostage, because you cannot decide, how somebody views you. But like black women definitely are doing that, and some other men engage in it as well. So somehow it is a learned behavior to try to hold people to the way you want them to see you.
But then in other circumstances where it comes to mixed race people being favored in, say, like music videos and stuff, then we're quick to like, you guys are always picking the light skinned people, you're always picking the mixed race people. So even though there's a lot of things where when it comes to certain industries.
So in the West, UK and the United States, again, you guys see what I was explaining, right? Where the mixed race child is favored amongst majority black, and black kids that are around that, they see that. They see it and they internalize it. Seems like the women are the perpetrators of it, and at the same time, they're the ones that suffers from it the most. So the kids see it. So this continues on. Like this man is saying the light skinned woman is favored. That's how they see it. But is it possible that the men that are going for that, that's what they see as beautiful, that individual? Because let's be real, the way people try to make it sound, especially online, not every light-skinned person, quote unquote, mixed person is beautiful, or not every dark-skinned person is quote unquote ugly. But I don't understand why they associate the African features, because everybody looks different. Asians look a certain way, Europeans look a certain way, Africans look a certain way. So, for instance, and different cultures, you know, look at beauty differently. That is just the truth. But how come, like especially mostly black women, they don't want to accept that? Because they say, oh, you guys use European standard of beauty. Okay, so you obviously know, if you're not a European, you're straight African, and you're saying that's the beauty standard. Why do you want to compete in the European beauty standard? Then you're saying they have to change their standard and just say the African beauty. You should be competing in the African standard because that's what you look like. Then it will be fair. But you cannot, if you said the Europeans, this is what their standard is, that's what their eyes show them. Why would they all of a sudden change it, change and pretend and say, oh no, you're the beautiful one? No. So you see the psychology there, people? They are chasing what they can never be. That means deep down, psychologically deep down, they see themselves as Europeans. It's not just the skin color. Imagine some of these women, like the women they compare themselves to. They look nothing like these women. It's not the same race. It's not going to be fair for them to try to, say, okay, see me like Halle Berry, when you don't look like Halle Berry. But now, why are you offended that you don't look like Halle Berry? Does that mean you deep down you are honestly saying, okay, Halle Berry is beautiful, so I wish I looked like Halle Berry, but you don't look like her? Now that comes out as anger. You try to hold everybody else to what you are feeling inside. So that's what this guy is getting at here.
I'm favoring certain type colors because the issue of colorism is deep. I do feel like, however, there is a double standard because we pick and choose when we're accepting mixed race people as black.
That's definitely a good point.
And I think that
That's
if
definitely
I don't mention that, then I'll be doing myself a disservice because I've seen it.
What I think is the way we're looked at from the outside, you're looked at as black. Like whether you're mixed race,
Facts.
like you're looked at as black.
So, like this argument the guy is trying to set. Okay, fine. You think, like all of a sudden you start seeing me as Chinese. Hey, that's on you. That's on you. It's one thing for you to see me as Chinese. It's another thing for me to go along and start saying, it's sure I'm Chinese. Okay? You cannot in the same speech say the individual you're talking about in terms of black, right? Because it seems like the goalpost keeps moving, the standard keeps changing. These individuals you're talking about, you either already you accept that they are black, or not. You see? So, but it's like in a yo-yo. 1 minute they are, another minute they are not. And I'm beginning to see that, not just begin, I see that also, in terms of Africans in dealing with Somalis, Ethiopians, and even South Africans. They would question them.
Even though I do feel they get treated differently, like they.
But the question is amongst black people.
100%.
Not
Like what
society.
Mike
No,
is
they get
Mike
treated
is
differently.
explaining.
Yeah.
Like I've got this example, yeah, where when I was casting for my movie that's coming up, I set in myself, I knew I wanted the lead actor to be a dark skinned girl, right? But so it came down to a point where I was narrowing it down. Came up to 3 people, 2 dark skinned girls, 1 light skinned girl. When I'm looking at them for what they are, in terms of the vision for the role and the acting ability, it was the light skinned girl that fit the role best because she could act it well. However,
You see, like the guy, I'm not sure if okay, what he's saying here, I don't know why he feels the need to explain that, but in this Colorism 101 and in the position where he is, he has to say that. Okay, if he was looking for what he said he's truly looking for, just stick with that, but it's just when he's doing the comparison, he has to, explain it in a way, to, put down the lighter skin and elevate the dark skin to make it feel real. And most of the dark skinned women, this is why they lash out, because they know the truth. They know it's insincere to a point where they become paranoid about it. And you see it in their actions and what they say. But the colorism thing is real.
was looking for a dark skinned girl, but I knew that if I
Why,
pick the light
why
skinned
are
girl,
you
I'm gonna
looking
get.
for a dark skin girl? Like, what's wrong with a light skin
I'm
girl?
looking for a dark skinned girl because I just wanted to portray that character as a dark skinned girl. That was just how I wrote the script.
But you know, some people would say, then why don't you carry on looking and try to find the dark
That's
skin
another
girl?
good point right there.
But for me, it just came down to a point whereby the light skinned girl could act. She could act. But I noticed when I casted her, and then we started doing rehearsals and stuff, and some people started picking up on the fact that she's now the lead. People are getting on to me like, "Oh, why are you picking the light?" But it wasn't based on her. It wasn't based on the fact that she was
When you're
light.
looking at looks, was she prettier than the other?
You guys saw the thumbnail. I have Trevor Noah there and Lupita Nyong'o. Lupita Nyong'o. She's an actress and from Kenya, and a Hollywood actress. Trevor Noah, he's from South Africa. He's got his own show, comedian, funny guy. So the reason why I put him up there, I can assure you, if Trevor Noah was a dark-skinned, South African, straight dark, was in mix, and they brought him there and put him in Comedy Central, people, you would have heard all types of names. The acceptance wouldn't be there. They would have called him all types of, ugly, derogatory things, making fun of his accent and all. Pretty much you guys know how they would drag him, with the African booty scratcher talk. You're going to hear all that. But since he is light skinned, he has to, not has to, the people here in America, they just accept him, especially black people accepted him wholeheartedly. So the type of opportunity that black people generally even say, they need to be given, black people themselves deprive black people of that based off of the black person looking just like them. Think about that for a minute. The opportunity that you are saying you are deprived of because of your skin color and the way you look, those same group of black people, look at the type of quote unquote black person they favor. Like there's a basketball player named Gilbert Arenas. He said something about Lupita not being beautiful based on her skin color. You know, Gilbert Arenas is a black American guy. He's dark skinned too, like not as dark as Lupita, but he's pretty dark. Okay. Gilbert is within his rights to say he doesn't find her beautiful. But then the reason he attached to it, however, you know, you don't like it or not, but within the context of this conversation, he based it off of her skin color. Think about that for a minute, people. Think about that. Gilbert Arenas is he almost looks like her. But his reason for not finding her beautiful is the skin color, not anything else. So this is real. You know, like when I read it, I wasn't upset like most people were getting upset. Like I said, I take people for who they truly are. Because if you are thinking a certain way, if you voice it out, I can have the conversation with you. But I'm not gonna get upset and try to shame you into, seeing me, a different kind of way. I would want to have the conversation to see exactly, where you're coming from. And also maybe I'm thinking I have a different thought process as to what you're thinking. But you would see people would enter into this color conversation, and it's always a darker skinned black person there. And the darker skinned black person, mostly woman, would take on the victim role, would take on the black skin as a handicap. As a handicap. So now when they run into actual black people, like men who don't think that way, they don't see their skin color as handicap, they get offended by that. To be honest, all the people that I have seen that insult, African looks, dark skin, they tend to be black themselves. They tend to be black themselves. I mean, I've lived around and continue to live around a bunch of white people. I don't really ever hear them talk about race, or whatsoever. But amongst blacks, not like, like I said, Africans that grew up in Africa, moved to the West. In amongst the men, you wouldn't really see that. You wouldn't really see that. But amongst some, most of the women, yeah. Because when I see black person bleach their skin, I'm able to tell. I've been to these African parties. I mean, the amount of women that I see there, who bleach their skin. I mean, it's like it's obsession, because obviously, like, it doesn't matter how much, bleaching you've done to your skin and how long your wig is. You cannot fool regular people to see you as something other than what you are. And, people are going for this, which is crazy. I mean, I don't think they're going for it. They're pretending. They're pretending.
Two girls.
Bro, I can't lie, I wasn't really looking at
No, because I feel like for people to start saying something.
Nah, but they're not looking at looks. They were just looking at the fact that she was light skinned.
Bro, do you man see that Rick Ross thing when was like 2 singers. On
That girl couldn't sing.
She couldn't sing for shit. But the light skin girl, she must
No,
have.
I heard Rick Ross said
Yeah,
them,
man,
like,
but-
something happened, but I don't know.
Yeah, I
the
don't
ins and outs.
Basically, it was like a light skin girl, it was a black girl. So the light skin girl must have performed one song. She was okay.
It was his song that
Yeah.
was supposed to remix.
It was okay, but then cool. The dark skin girl, she performed the exact same song.
killed it.
But she killed it.
Killed it.
So you see, you would find these conversations constantly. It's like being in the Special Olympics. Okay? Like, okay. No shade to people that participate in the Special Olympics. But if a person say, oh man, I'm the MVP in a basketball league, I'm the king, and then followed by it was in a Special Olympic, would that have the same effect as to if someone even say like a college student, or let's say even a high school kid who became the MVP in the entire region, let's just say even in their division, and you won, you are the champion in Special Olympic, in the real Olympics, people are just gonna be like, all right, your trophy, it's just doesn't mean much. I'm just pointing out how people see this. It is not me saying, oh, these people, it doesn't matter. No, I'm just talking about pointing out exactly, the quiet part. So that's what they are doing here. For some reason, they have to go out of their way to give the quote unquote, treat the darker skin in a pitiful way, as if they have to feel sorry for them. And for some reason, Black people have internalized it. And I'm guessing, most of these guys are second generation in the UK.
What was Rick Ross saying?
Basically saying that her voice, it was a cop out.
He was
He was saying
chatting
her
shit,
voice was
fam.
too unique for the way she
was
done the
chatting
song.
shit.
But the first girl was trash.
Way too much.
And guys, I'm going to drop the link here in a second. Make sure you stick to the topic. Let me know, like what you've observed. Do you, like you don't have to agree with me, but tell me what you've seen and why, do you think second generation, Western Blacks and even first generation Western Blacks are obsessed with color? Like, what do you agree with me that they were educated to think this way? It's a learned behavior. It is not natural. Or if you have a different argument, you can bring that on as well.
But he said that.
So what did he go pick
The first girl, it was like 3 black men sitting on the couch. Rick Ross was one of them. One of them does Jay-Z's
the
Rock
Dream.
Nation. The Dream, and then the other one does Rock Nation with Jay-Z. They were there lapping up. I think she must have been Latino. Something like that. But she was light skinned.
Yeah.
The way she was murdering the track in a bad way, and they were sitting there vibing like, yeah, I could see something in you. Obviously, she had the body as well.
But she looked.
She was
in
nice.
terms of looks, she looked better than the other
Yeah.
girl.
Well, I don't. According to the science,
No. To me, she looked. I'm just talking about looks.
Yeah.
She looked better than the other girl. But that
face
should.
wise and body wise.
But what? Yeah, what's
Face and body. To me, she looked better. But that has nothing to do with talent.
Yeah,
Other girl.
Guys, you get the point. You get the point that I'm making here. You're seeing it directly, where when they speak of dark-skinned women, especially, it's in a handicap way. Whether, because you're not gonna tell me all these dark-skinned women are beautiful. Like sometimes you see, like, I'm sure some of you know who Amber Rose is. She does the slut walk. And my thing is, Amber Rose, she, cut her hair bald to look a certain way. And it fits her. Most people find her to still be beautiful. Okay? But now, you get some woman, you know, who looks like Michael Jordan. She cuts off her hair, and now she, maybe before her hair, you know, it didn't make it obvious that she looks like Michael Jordan, and now she cuts it and she looks like Michael Jordan. She gets upset when you point that out. That's what we're dealing with here. So now I can see why the guys have to pretend, you know, to treat it like a handicap. I have people behind stage here. Let me bring them in. Diego and Mixed Mizzy. We have Mixed Mizzy. Mixed Mizzy. I'm
Hello,
glad.
sir. How are you?
Thank you for coming in.
Is it nice? Is it
Hey,
tucking it
Diego,
in?
welcome here. And we have
Yeah,
DMF.
greetings.
So, Mixed Mizzy, you have the floor. Mixed Mizzy, what do you think about the topic that we're talking about here today?
Man, I mean, when you somebody should mute themselves.
Someone who's got the noise? I think that's DMF. Okay, go ahead.
And I just think that it's a very complex topic, especially when you get to the the difference between a biracial and someone with admixture.
Mm-hmm.
When you're talking about the diaspora, most of us have that admixture. You can actually call us triracial with a majority of African ancestry.
Right.
So it gets real tricky, but I don't think that we are the same as someone that will grew up with a whole non-black parent, like a whole white person. So
But
socially, go on.
Mixed Mizzy, I want to
Yes.
ask you this, right? Because I'm sure you've heard my description of what I have observed. You know, as far as like second generation, you know, African and other darker skin first generation blacks in America, you are, you know, of a mixed hue. My description of the, you know, the approach towards, you know, mixed people, you know, with mixed hue like yourself, am I correct in it or I'm wrong?
No, absolutely. And when you describe me as a person of mixed hue, that's absolutely correct. I challenge anyone. All you have to do is a Google search of some random thing. Google search African church service on a Sunday. The majority of those people that you see will have a complexion closer to yours than mine. That's
Right.
just a whole fact. We talked about Charles Taylor from Liberia. I asked the question, and he stands out amongst natural Liberians because he has admixture.
Mm-hmm.
Now, socially, we are black, but
Right.
with that same social construct, some people will also embrace the one drop rule, which will say that, Drake's kid, Adonis, is also black. And I
Right.
push back against that. So where do I personally draw the line? I say, if you don't have a majority of ancestry going back to the continent, then you cannot call yourself black. So if you're 50% anything else, then you can't be considered black. You'd be considered biracial, in my opinion.
Totally agree. We have uh, Diogo also. Diogo, welcome to the show. Diego, go ahead and unmute
Yeah,
yourself.
greetings, Afrodamus. How are you doing?
Oh, thank you for
I'm
coming
good.
in.
Yeah. Now, I just wanted to say, in my view, what I've experienced is I believe that the dark skins are the colorists, not actually the light skins. This is what I've seen, you see, because actually, I'm speaking about from a woman perspective. What I've seen, I believe that they think because they're dark skinned, they're ugly. But the
Right.
truth is, there's beautiful dark skins and there's ugly dark skins. The same way
Mm-hmm.
there's beautiful light skins and ugly light skins. So when they say somebody doesn't like them because they're dark skinned, I believe that they're saying that being dark skinned is ugly.
It's a bad thing. You know, Diego, you're from a Southern African country. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you're from a Southern African country. Do you guys have the same issues as I'm describing here, to a point where the women, because you guys have a lot of um, European, you know, presence there, um, where they go to the point of bleaching their skin.
Well, I'm not familiar with the case of bleaching skin where I'm from. We don't even know what's that stuff here. I think it happens mostly because since we speak Portuguese, I believe that we tend to be a little bit late on things because the English-speaking African countries are the ones that have such a thing. Since we speak
Okay.
Portuguese,
Yeah.
we are late on even feminism and all of those stuff. We are late on it. So yeah, I never heard about it. I've never seen. So
So
I
this
can
is
say,
this is a new topic to you.
yeah, it's a new topic. But I
Okay.
know it happens in West Africa.
Yes, quite a bit.
Yeah.
Let me get mixed Mizi to respond to Baruti. So Baruti said, why is Afridamus referring to Nakmizi as mixed Mizi? If Nakmizi accepts this pronouncing of his name like this, he is a fool and is playing into a negative downslide. I guess he's saying, let's unify with Africans. You want to respond to him before we go to DMF?
Yeah, real quick. See, you read my mind because I wanted to say it, but I wrote that myself. It's a
Right.
joke, right? It's a joke rooted in truth.
Yes.
I am triracial with a majority of my ancestry going back to Africa. And I tell people, if I could print out my European ancestry on paper, I'd wipe my ass with it. The only ancestry that really means much to me as a Black American is that ancestry leading back to Africa. That's what gives me, my phenotype. And I'm very proud of that. So while culturally I'm not an African, I'm of African descent, and I'm very proud of that.
Thank you for Baruti, you hear that, right? So if you read, Nagmizi responded to you. And now we have DMF in the house. DMF, go ahead, unmute yourself.
Yeah, hello there, brother.
Hey, DMF, good seeing you in the panel
Yeah, man,
again.
long
Welcome.
time.
Long time no see. So DMF,
Yeah,
you've heard my description of
long time. Yeah, go on.
what I've observed. And you're over there in the UK. If the video I was talking about is from the UK too.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. So do you agree with my characterization of what I've seen, what I'm describing here, or whatever your take is, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, but there's something I wanted to address before I go on and
Go for
say it's basically, you see one thing about people, right? And I think me and you agree on this, right? You see, when you start to tell them something that's always been in their face, right? They just can't accept the truth.
Right.
Now, a minute ago, I was on your comment section. I was commenting about in Ghana, right? Because I've lived in Ghana. I was born in Ghana. That there was a lot of in Ghana. They're more catered towards like mixed race people. They call mixed race people a brony, which in Tree it means a white person, and they call a white person.
I think in fact, I'm glad you said this. We have Mixed Mizi right here. I heard him in his video.
Yeah.
Say this when he visited Ghana, but we'll let him, get into that eventually. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, there was a very naive boy in your comment section called Kwesi, right? And he said that basically in Ghana, no one thinks like that, but that's how it is in Ghana. You see what I'm saying? I don't know about any other countries. I'm yet to obviously make my rounds, but I'm going to. And from what I observed in Ghana, it's like, for example, my wife is Indian, so when we've gone there, they're calling her brony. You see what I'm saying? And and we've got obviously my son is mixed, so he's half African, half just like yours. You see what I'm saying? So they'll refer to my son even as a brony. So when you're stating facts, you know what I mean, and you're letting people know the truth about how things are exactly, it's like some people don't want to accept the truth. You see, they just even when it stares at them in the face, they'll rather swear down and try to argue with you upon something that is right in front of them. It's like most people are hypnotized by so much delusions. You know what I mean? And it's like you try to bring them to the light, and they don't want the light. They just want to stay in the dark. You know what I mean? And this is a problem.
You know, why do you think that is?
I think it's just lack of self-confidence. A lot of people don't know themselves. You know, I'm gonna tell you a story, right? Before I was born in Ghana, as I said, right? So I came to the UK when I was very young, right? And then when my grandma my grandma died, so I had to return back. And when I went back, after living here for so long in the West, you get contaminated with that illusion. You see what I'm saying? And when you then go back, because I went back to go and do a lot of things with my wife, so I got exposed to, in terms of dealing with business with obviously my fellow Africans and all this other stuff. And you know, you see, you can straight away see the way they treat you, especially when they see my wife with me, because she's fairer skinned, so they will treat you differently. You'll be in a way prioritized. And you know, this is not something that I just noticed by myself. Yeah, go on, sorry.
They are saying, like Kwesi said, Obroni means foreigner, and JC said
no, Obroni doesn't mean foreigner. Obroni means a white person. That's what Obroni doesn't mean foreigner. Yeah, Obroni means a white person, a fairer skinned person. So like when the white man obviously went to Ghana, right? They called him Obroni. When they first saw him on the show, they called him Obroni. So
you know, like in Gambia, they call white person Tubab.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's the same kind of connotations. You know what I'm saying? So it's this why I keep on saying to you that a lot of people, right, even when you tell them the truth, they don't want to accept it. It's like they just don't want to accept how things are, and it's like they want to pull this trickery as if they are the devil that's gonna obviously come with deceit to want to influence the people with lies. You know what I mean? Like, be truthful.
So Christopher Kane said, I just googled this Obroni, you know, is Twi, one of Ghana's native language word for white man. So he's confirming what you said.
Exactly. So as I said, Aphrodemus, the truth shall set us free. You see, when people are hypocrites, and you know when someone is obviously raised here, and then they leave it and they go to Ghana, or they go to Gambia, or they go to any African countries that they go to, right? When they go there, it's like they now start to have this mentality of believing that I'm a true African. You know, I'm really an African because now I'm living in Africa, but they haven't been through no struggles. They don't know nothing. And that's exactly when I refer to that boy Kwesi. That's exactly what he is. He's one of those guys that's lived here. You've had so much incidents here. Now you've gone back now believing that I'm a true African. When you will say you should have stood up and been a true African and fought off against your oppressors, people that were bullying you. Not when you're back home, you're running your mouth, talking rubbish in the comment section. Come back and come and do that. You'll be broken down back to where you came from and know your place.
Yeah. Well, thank you. We have Dr. R in the house too. Dr. R, welcome to the show. I'm glad you called in. Dr. R, you are of Somali origin, right? Dr. R, unmute yourself. Dr. R, can you hear us? Okay. It looks like Dr. R have been abducted. So, Mix Mizi, you went to Ghana before.
Yes.
So, tell us.
I got a couple of. It's a story that might give you a chuckle, but I was called Obroni. I was called The Rock. I was called.
What is that?
The Rock, the guy, Dwayne Johnson.
Oh, Dwayne Johnson. Okay, I thought maybe that's another term.
Yeah, I was called Obroni, The Rock, Black American. And when they called me Black American, they were like, "Oh, Black American!" They were so happy to see that, right? And I was also called a Nigerian. You see what I'm saying? I met up with a business contact, and we'd been corresponding via Facebook. And when he met up with me, he was, he was from Osu, and he was like, "Oh, I thought you were lighter." And I'm like, "Damn, dude, you act like you're disappointed I'm not light skinned. Like, what's up?" He's like, "No, no, I just thought you were lighter." I'm like, "Yo, I've been here a couple days, so you know what I'm saying?
The
I'm gonna
sun.
get darker." Yeah, I'm just
Wow.
like, damn. So there was a little colorism there, but Obroni, I believe, is duplicitous. Okay. The foreigners, the first real foreigners to go there, or the most recognized, were white people. So I think Obroni means foreigner and white people, but it can also go for people with obvious admixture. So when they call, there's
So
actually a T-shirt that says, "Don't call me Obroni," and this was popular in the year of the return, and a lot of Black Americans and diasporans have a huge problem with Ghanaians
yes,
calling them Obroni.
Obroni. Okay. So yeah, because I've had that conversation with some black people in Gambia, because in Gambia they would call you Tubab, Tubab, meaning white person. Um, but some were getting very offended by that. Dr. R, are you here? And Kwesi, you should call in. Dr. R, are you here? Okay, let me pull him out here and bring him again. Okay, Diego, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so Diego, are you saying so you because Kwesi have typed it here? He said in South Africa, um, skin bleaching is rampant over there too.
Well, I never seen it happening there as well.
Okay, okay,
Seen it happen. South Africans are there's a lot of light skins there, so I don't think it's a normal thing. I don't know.
yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't see it happening.
Yeah, okay, here we go. We have Dr. R again. Dr. R, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
All
Greetings,
right,
greetings,
greetings.
Afridamus.
Thanks for calling in. This is very good. Actually, you called in too. Dr. R, you are from Somalia, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so Dr. R, you've heard, I don't know if you've caught the beginning, but I was
yes, I
talking
heard it.
about the colorism where even I don't know if you've experienced this where mostly West Africans or darker skinned Africans, second generation like yourself, where they try to does it feel like they try to pressure Somalis to make them feel ashamed of being of lighter hue and try to question their African whether they're African or not. Have you experienced
Yes,
this or
yes. I'll give
elaborate
you.
please?
Yes, I'll explain that. Afridamus. First of all, Afridamus. I was born and bred in the United Kingdom, and I believe that colorism is a Caribbean, Black American New World problem in the Western Hemisphere in the New World. I feel like with Africans in the UK, I don't think it's a problem. But there have been some cases of colorism because the women, African women, want to look good. They're not ashamed of their heritage. And in my community, we are not colorists. We are ethnocentric.
Right.
And someone earlier in the comments said that we are egnodomi. Yes, we do practice that as well. We prefer to marry our own kind. We Somali people don't even care about colorism. Me, I
Well,
don't even find light skinned women attractive. I find darker skinned women more attractive. That's my preference. And I haven't.
wait, Dr. R. Dr. R, are you saying that just to make the dark skinned women feel better or you really mean it?
No, no, no. I prefer darker skinned women
Okay.
from Latin America and the New World, like the ones who are Afro Latina, darker skinned women.
Okay. Not the ones from West Africa, right?
It doesn't matter what country she's from. I
Oh,
find darker skinned women attractive,
okay.
more exotic.
Okay. So okay, from experience, right? When dealing with people that question if Somalis, because you would hear, oh, Somalis don't mix with us. So most of the time, what I've seen is the preference is to try to get access to the Somali women. Would you agree with that? Like, does the conversation veer that way, or I totally misread it?
That's with any other ethnic group, to be honest.
No, but in this case here, we're speaking of like Somali. I understand.
Most Somalis prefer their sons and daughters to marry someone of the same ethnicity.
Right.
Most
That's how
Somalis,
it is for
some
most tribes too.
most Somalis would not marry another Somali due to clan reasons, and
Mhm.
most Somalis that I've spoken to in my 15 years, 99% do not even like interracial marriage. We don't even marry our next door neighbors.
Right.
The ones that are Kushitic are closer to us, we don't intermarry with them. Some do, but the majority don't. We're just
Well, even like I can totally relate to that. Like my tribe, the rule, they are very tight like that. They frown upon marrying outside of the tribe. So and of the same clan, it has to be as well because it's a caste system. You have to be within that caste system. So when I see, because a lot of the times I look at cultural differences, you know, versus people basing it entirely on race, um, because I've seen like Somalis, their culture is different from West African culture. Even the countries there, a Gambian culture is different from Nigerian or Ghanaian culture. There's differences everywhere. But in the West, I think people are socialized. Even like you said, it's true. The color issue is a Western black thing. But now, if you're born and raised in the West, the same system that conditioned Western blacks to think in terms of color is now prevalent amongst Africans that are born in the West. Would you agree with that?
I agree with you, Afridamus, but what I'm trying to tell you is anyone who thinks like that, dark skin and light skin, I want a dark skinned person, I want a light skinned person, to me has got an inferiority complex. This applies to anybody. That's how I strongly feel. Even DMF said something last time on AM's a few months ago on colorism on her stream. Like, to be honest, I just feel like people with that mindset, that thinking, there's something wrong with them.
Okay. No, I mean, for me, like I said, I mean, you could be right. For whatever reason, people do it, but I'm looking at the educated part of it, where it began and how people actually operate with it. Because many people like to just, deny it. Hold on. Somebody who's giving me an echo. Okay. All right. We have DMF back again. Welcome in the house. And Mix Mizi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mix Mizi, do you think, the darker skin women, I mean, let's say African, people that say they are African, for instance, because many people would say this. Would you agree or disagree with my assessment of it is they themselves that look at African features as quote unquote ugly?
While I try to stay away from generalizing, I would say it's too many that I'm comfortable with. I think that society and even insecurity has many dark-skinned women, even off of the continent, looking at their phenotype as something negative.
Right.
Okay, and a lot of their partner choices are made, and black men as well, to kind of rid themselves of their blackness or to try to lighten up themselves to make it better.
Well,
So
have you even heard, listen to some black men when they are, describing their standard of beauty? You know how like they would call mixed race black person woman like yellow bone,
red bone, yellow bone.
red bone, yellow bone, and Yellow bone, red bone is always more attached with some sort of care, and pretty much is favorable versus the African look. The African look is attached with insults. Would
Absolutely. If we're just gonna be 100% real,
Mhm.
and we line up 10 light-skinned women and 10 dark-skinned women, the majority of the people, men anyway, would probably go towards the light-skinned ones. Or you'll have the people that are gonna say, "Well, I personally prefer dark skin." The the numbers don't lie.
Mhm.
There is a thing of like shame, or just looking up to that lighter skin phenotype, and I'm not gonna lie and say that it's not true. When I say, look, there's really no difference. Beauty is beauty. But what does my neck say when I'm walking down the street? What does my eyes say when I see a video and my eyes go bigger because it's someone that I find attractive? Is it a dark skin, or is it a light skin? Now, a lot of times when you see a dark skinned woman that's beautiful, people tend to say, yo, she's beautiful for a dark skinned woman.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Afidamus,
So
can
it's
I
like
interject?
beauty and
Can I
dark
interject?
skin tend to be like something real special, because according to the minds of the brainwashed, um, you can't be dark skinned and beautiful off the rip.
You are absolutely correct. There is always a connotation, attached to it. I mean, because for me, I think the reason why it's stand out to me so much, like I said, coming from a society where, for me, the way I was raised is everybody, like the African, us, is the majority, and it never crossed my mind to attach, the skin color to beauty or not beautiful. If the woman is not, as beautiful, if she happened to be dark skinned, hey, it still doesn't change the fact, I'm seeing what I'm seeing. You see, like if the woman, the guy, if she said, I like guys who are 6'3", and the guy is 4'11", he can just pretend, and say, hey, come on, see me as 6'3". That's not how it works. But Dr. R, you said you wanted to interject earlier. Go ahead.
Yes, I've got a question for Nagnimas and everybody on the panel. Nagnimas, if you were to go to your neighborhood in America and have two pictures of two women, two mulatto women, one dark skin and one light skin, but they both have the same phenotype. They look the same, but one is dark, one is light skin, but they're both attractive, same phenotype. Which picture would the majority of people pick, since they're both the same, but one is dark, one is light, but both attractive?
Yeah, phenotype is directly related to your skin tone, but I understand what you're saying. I would say the overwhelming majority, I would say at least six, or no, seven, would pick the light skinned woman.
I mean, unfortunately, yes, Nagmizi, you are absolutely correct. The majority, will, because like I said, they've been socialized, in that condition. And for instance, if you're speaking about men, men are visual, and sometimes people are attracted to opposite of them, like opposites attract. But when people are trying, like they themselves have created the system to say, okay, the European beauty standard is what's dictating what standard really is. You are putting yourself in that grouping, and you can never look like that. So that's what many women, I would say, of West African descendancy, West Central, um, or maybe even, let's just say, Black Africa, um, majority, not all, but there is a good number there to where it requires a topic, not just one, but several. They think this way. So it's easier, for it to continue when the people who themselves are saying, quote unquote, they see it as victimhood. Your skin, if you see your skin as handicap, next step for many is exhibited by, bleaching their skin, internalize hatred, and come out here on the internet and lash out. So there is never, it doesn't seem like there's much pushback there. Everybody just walks around it like, there's an eggshell, or try to deny that this is actually happening, when people are constantly, every day, people are seeing this, and I don't
Afrodamus,
know.
can I say something real quick? Sorry.
Yeah.
I never speak out of turn like that, but you mentioned something, self-hating,
Mhm.
self-denigrating behavior,
Right.
jokes about one's light or dark skin phenotype in a negative way. Like Young Dolph had a song, and I had to, like twist my head, like, what did he just say? He described himself as just a young black N-word, or an ugly black N-word that made it, or something to that effect. Kodak Black, another dark-skinned rapper, he's not ADOS, he's Haitian, but he wants nothing but pretty light-skinned babies. It's like they take, shots at themselves, I believe, to soften the blow from society. The dark-skinned person has always been the butt of jokes. You never hear
Right.
outside of Pan-African circles that dark skin is beautiful. You
Right.
will only hear jokes about light skin when what I call, Wesley Snipes revenge, where
Mhm.
the dark skinned people are saying, yo, look, we are beautiful, we are this, we are that. And guess what, light skin, you ain't even really black. That's like Wesley Snipes revenge. So what we're having now is just dark skinned people taking ownership and looking in the mirror and being proud of what they see. Whether they authentically believe it or not is a different story. But at least they're saying it, and that's a start. And then they're firing back at the light skins, exoticals, and even I get it as a brown skinned man. People say, "Oh, you ain't black." I'm like, okay, what has your extra dark skin got you?
Oh
Your
yeah,
ass is still
yeah. I've been,
colonized.
yeah. I've seen where people say to you, you are not black. You're definitely right. I've seen that here many times online. Um, I'm sure some are even gonna leave that comment at some point. Some of your
Yeah, now
detractors
that you said it, they're gonna leave it. You set me up, bro.
by accident. DMF is back in the house. DMF.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, DMF, go ahead.
Yeah, basically, I was gonna say, like it's all about preference. It's all about choices. And I think, the people that, like, for example, as I said before, my son is mixed. So when I speak, I don't just speak for, what I mean, for myself. I speak for him too, because he's obviously a child, what I mean, from. So I know what he's gonna come up against, because within the black community, there's a lot of jealousy and enviness, and people don't want to accept exactly who they truly are. People don't want to make the most out of what God gave them. You see what I'm saying? So because this is evident, and it's clear to see that a lot of people have a lot of self-confidence, and they have things within themselves that they need to look within themselves to fix, instead of blaming others, because deep down it's nothing to do with black or white or whatever skin tone you are, because
Right.
spiritually we're all under the same banner, which is we all have souls. Our souls don't have a color. So you see, when you go much, this is what I'm trying to say, that there's people that are on a certain level of thinking. You see, so when I hear nonsense, when I'm sitting there and I'm reading what people are writing, and I hear saying nonsense, views on certain things, the reason why I may come across as some person basically wrote, or I'm a bully or whatever, the reason why I come across like that is because when I hear nonsense, I have to address nonsense, because my way of thinking is not on that level of skin tone. It's on a level of on spirituality, because when it comes to spirituality, there is no color. In the spiritual realm, no one has any color. We're all the same, which is God creatures that we are.
So
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So DMF.
Yeah.
So in the UK,
Yeah.
you know, in the black community, you know, I would say most blacks.
Yeah.
This colorism that I'm saying, you know, where like is the light skin amongst I'm talking Africans.
Yeah.
Is that the preferred and that's what's considered beautiful?
No, I think, as I said before, I'm going to speak on my own experience, right? Now, growing up as a young man, when I came to this country, I did not look at a mixed race person as having more advantage than me, because I have self-confidence, I have self-belief, and I have self-determination to know that I can do whatever I set out to do. You see what I'm saying? So even if I have a mixed race cousin or a mixed race friend, I never looked to them as they're superior than I am, because I knew my ability. So within that, what I just explained to you, that in itself should empower a person to be able to now move on, or I should say enhance from that way of thinking, right? And be able to make the right decisions in how they use their mind, instead of always looking at people in regards to what's in front of you, because there's much more to what is in front of you. There's much more out there. You see what I'm saying? So when you have a small mind, your mindset is always, this is what the leaders get us to do. We get to fight among ourselves about pettiness, things that are not going to empower us in any way, shape, or form. Because all this, oh, you're this color, you're that color, you're this. Remember, yeah, in slavery, white people were also slave. There were some white people that were slaves too. It's only when they brought in the class, and then all these things change, and then obviously people split, and then the division started. But as I said before, this color thing is only put there, and it's something that is supposed to divide people, and it's doing a good work. It's been doing a good work for so long now, and it's never going to stop.
Yeah, I know. I know exactly what you're saying. I totally feel that, but unfortunately, you know, the major people, it seems like majority even don't see it that way, because their behavior, you know, tells us, you know, different. So we have Dr. K in the house. Dr. K, you had plenty to say in the chat. Welcome in the show here.
Yeah, shout out. Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear.
Nice. So I wanna first address what the brother is saying. I think he's a little bit confused. You know, you can have your own self-image as much as you want, but there's something called the sexual marketplace, which has rules. The rule in the UK is if you're a woman and you're light skinned, you're going to be seen on a higher pedestal by other black people than a woman who's less light skinned. That's the generalities. Doesn't matter how you feel about yourself if people are not checking for you. Obviously, some people will, but generally that's just the facts. The facts is light skinned women are seen as superior than dark skinned women by a majority of black people in the UK. So I get your point about having self-esteem. That's great, but it doesn't change what people actually generally want. And in Africa, it's even worse. Over here, I see people bleaching themselves. And, you know, that's just ridiculous, because that's going to harm your skin. You're going to increase chance of getting cancer. You know, it's just madness. But yeah, I do think the men are the problem in this case, right? Because men do prefer light-skinned women, and then the women are out there trying to meet that demand.
Okay, so DM, if you want to respond to that.
Yeah, you know, this young man just made I should say a stupid observation. So I have to put him in his place. He just said that I'm confused. I think he's the one that's confused, because the level on what I'm talking about, he's talking on still that what you see level, and I'm not talking on that level. You see what I'm saying? So when you're making such, you know, assumptions about stuff that you don't know about, you know, you have to be put in your place, and so that you know what you're talking about. Talking about all this, yeah, obviously, yeah, mixed race people get looked at, this and that. That's all over the world. That's in Ghana. That's everywhere you go. That's how it is. Even in Asian countries, most of them bleach their skin. It's not only black people that bleach their skin.
You're disagreeing with me then. I'm confused. Can you explain why then your comments.
Pardon?
If you're with me, right? So.
Okay.
Pardon? What'd you say?
You seem to agree with me, brother. So I'm confused.
No. It's not. Do not play the confused role. You just a minute ago just came on and said I'm confused. So I said to you, you're confused. How about that?
Yeah, I am, because you seem to be
exactly. So therefore, don't come on here and start throwing insults. And then when you get it back, it's like, oh, I don't understand. You agree with me, but you just agreed with everything I said before, and then you're trying to make it out like, yeah, I'm confused. You're the one that's confused, bro. So you need to mind yourself, all right?
Yeah, I'm very confused.
So, Doctor,
No doubt.
Hold on, Doctor.
You've done well.
Dr. K, you had lots to say in the chat too, where even you called me Afri dumbass. Please tell me what you disagreed with me that triggered you to, call me Afri dumbass, and what you disagree with.
Okay, yeah. Calling you off that word, that was more just because it sounded good. There was no other reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
but
gotcha.
But for the other points, I want to say this, right? For me, I believe that you should go and get whatever you want. If you want to go and find yourself a Senegalese woman, because they're beautiful, right? Or if you want to find yourself a mixed race woman, a white woman, an East African woman, whatever it is you're looking for, I say go and get it. I don't believe in this whole self-hate nonsense, right?
No, but Dr. K,
yeah.
But we've already said that anyway.
I'm speaking on,
like, come on.
Okay, you're speaking on should, right? Should versus what is, because this is a thing that, people are practicing. They really believe in it, where you would see the black women in the West, mostly, and even some black men, they look at the way they describe blackness, their skin color, the African features, is in terms of it's negative, like ugly, unwanted, is the butt of jokes. It's not the preferred, it's not what is preferred as beauty. People are acting according to this. Even you would see amongst second generation Africans that are raised in the West too, they prefer, you can tell in their tone, they see Ethiopian, Somalian women as the standard of beauty. So I'm just talking about what I have seen, not, what should. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. As in, most black people, men especially, see these Cushitic, Semitic women in Africa as the standard of beauty. And
because sorry, let me add this before I forget, because I think a while back I've even witnessed a conversation. You were there in the conversation, and that's nice. Everybody there was from Africa, because that's nice was there. He made a comment, because like when people are talking, I always, when people get upset, whatever they're feeling as the truth, their subconscious truth comes out. So he took a shot, and the shot he was talking, saying that African, like West African women, are not beautiful. I don't know if you remember that conversation.
Yeah, I remember.
He said, West African women are not beautiful, and other people started, like, he generalized it, like, pretty. So there were people that were upset, but I wondered, I don't know why they didn't ask him, what he meant by that, what's his standard of beauty, because he's from another part of Africa. Is it possible that people, the region they come from, that's what they, everybody, they see that some people, not all, but some people cannot look beyond their own kind, as beautiful, even if it's the same skin color?
Okay, so let me answer this, and I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this from everyone in the chat, but I do believe that some races are more beautiful than other races.
Okay,
I definitely. So I'll give you an example.
Well,
I don't believe
your truth, like, again,
yeah.
know that feel free, you're free here to speak. You know,
So
you speak of what is true because that's what we're here for. It's not to judge people. You know, that doesn't mean
right.
people are not gonna do it, but speak on what is factual.
Okay, so I believe that different races are blessed with different properties. For example, let's say, yes, I do think actually specifically Tigrayan women, people, women from Eritrea, are the most facially beautiful women in the world. But when it comes to body type, I don't believe their body type is that beautiful. I believe Kikuyu women from Kenya have the best body and average face. I believe that Luo women from Kenya, they have the biggest, butts in a body type, that's, makes you feel good. So I
This is
believe different
this
races.
this is in Kenya.
This Kenya and Eritrea, those regions there.
Okay,
So
okay. Go
I
on.
believe that
Continue.
right. Luo women from Kenya have the most attractive body types, but their
So
facial
they so they, you know, in America what we would call butter face.
exact. No, I don't want to go there. But
No,
they
I
have
mean you. I mean I'm just describing, you know, like making it simple. The term.
right.
I'd like to
They
interject when he's done.
Huh? Okay.
don't have the most beautiful face, but their bodies is one of the best in the world.
And but this is all based in opinion, right?
Yeah, of course. Well, no. Their body really is. I can show you pictures.
Oh, no, okay.
Beautiful.
All right.
Right. And Eritrean women, Tigrayan specifically, I believe they're the most beautiful in terms of face. Then you have women from, the Australia. I don't believe they're beautiful and they don't have a good body. So
Hold
God
on.
did not
You're
bless
talking like the
Aboriginal.
Australia. That's white people, right?
No,
European.
Aboriginal.
Oh, you're talking because there's the different. You're talking about the Aboriginal.
Exactly.
Okay.
So my point here is that just different races of people have different things God has blessed them with. It just depends on the person's preference. For example, if I want, the best of both worlds, I'll choose a Kikuyu woman from Kenya, has a nice face and a nice body, rather than choosing the Luo woman with a perfect body or the Eritrean woman with the perfect face, but then the body is not great. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, it just depends what your preferences is. Is it, stereotypical beauty or is it the body type?
So what you've described here, pretty much what I got, you are describing beyond the skin color that most people in the West hang up on. So
I don't think skin color is in beauty at all. Yeah, it's ridiculous that skin tone is even mentioned. Yeah.
Okay, Kwasi said you never met Xhosa woman. Xhosa, I'm guessing South Africa. Okay.
South Africa.
Okay, so anybody want to interject and say something about what
Yeah, it was
Case
me.
was saying?
It was a couple of things. I want to start with the oldest one, Baruti Katembo, which I suspect is not even an African, because a real African would know that every black African is not a Bantu. I get so frustrated when people try to say every person under the Sahel is a Bantu. Even in Cameroon, you have Bantus and you have other people who are not Bantu. So please don't try to Banticize the whole southern part of the continent. Next, I think his name is K Polymath. I agree with what he says. That's why I think my ethnic group is the most beautiful. And why do I say that? Because we have genetic diversity. We have them from the dark to the light. We have the tight body types to the flat butts. We have everything in our ethnic group.
Anything and in between.
From
here to Timbuktu.
There we go. And I think though, in the Pan-African community and Africans, West Africans in specifically, they tend to simp for Somalis, Eritrean, or let's call them Horners. They simp for them. They're always begging to get chosen. Pick me, pick me. How come you guys don't want to date us? Look, they don't want to date you because they feel that their people are beautiful, as they should. So what I say to those self-hating Africans who don't find beauty in their own race is that they should start reanalyzing how they think and their beauty standards. Another thing that K Polymath said, which I kind of don't agree with, because it goes back to the black African woman is only good for her body. but not known for her facial beauty. Now, I say I don't totally agree, because is there truth to that? Is it? I want to keep it real, but at the same time, I don't want to, disparage a whole group of women and say that they look manly. A guy on another show the other day classified West African women as handsome. And I'm like,
You
God
know,
damn.
actually, that reminds me of, okay, speaking of which, I'm glad you brought that up too. I saw,
Can I add something quickly? Can I interject quickly? Nakmizi, how come they don't go for Fulani and Hausa? They're very beautiful. Hausa and Fulani instead of Balua.
they do. Hold on. I'll answer this for a sec.
Sahelian
I'll answer
women,
that.
they're very
Yeah.
beautiful.
No,
Sahelian.
hold on. I'll answer. Give me 1 second. Like what I was saying here. Man, I lost my train of thought, but I'm going to respond to this. So, what Nakmizi said, that it fits the criteria if you speak of the lighter skin Fuller, because Fuller, I don't say Fulani because I don't know about, like, in Nigeria area, those areas, they refer to Fuller people as Fulani. If you say that to most Fullers where I come from area, it's an insult. But I just say Fuller. So the Fullers that are, lighter skin, most Fullers actually stick with Fullers as well. People, they stick with each other. People that practice that traditional, their culture. But Nakmizi said something, which I hit on as well, which is, he also observed, mainly the West African men begging to be accepted by the Somalis and Ethiopian. Not the men, they are looking to be accepted by their women. And I have seen that too.
Hello.
Who is that?
That's
Rondo, welcome to the show.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Okay, good. I hear Nakmizi, good to see you again.
Is this the fake Gambian again?
Whatever. George criticized me on what I'm saying. That's okay. All I say.
Okay.
But Nakmizi, good to see you again and all that stuff. I was expecting that boxing match as well with Afro Enigma and what's his name, the other one. Never mind.
Yeah, that was. I think it was two Niger. No, it was a guy from Sierra Leone. I think.
Yeah, I think it's Brian. Yes, I think so. That never came to pass. I don't like, because I've been hearing it from different panels, this narrative that's been paraded that all West African men. Obviously, you have to be careful in generalizing. We have to be careful because, particularly, speaking for myself, I do not care, or I do not care. I like East African women. They it's good to talk about religion.
Wait. So, what is wrong with West African women that you?
Nothing is wrong with West African.
Then what you see? So you came here and tried to be defensive. Wait, by the time this conversation is done, this man will find himself at the tip of Africa over there by the horn. Continue.
Okay. Let me finish.
Let him talk. He would soon be in the middle of Mogadishu. Let's go.
Okay, listen. I have no problem with East African women. I'm just not particularly attracted to them. Being a West African myself, I'm not necessarily attracted to them. I find them very interesting to talk about religion. I'm not particularly attracted to them, but I'm attracted to West African women, especially from Senegal to Sierra Leone and all that kind of stuff. I'm attracted to them, even all the way to the rest of West Africa. But I'm particularly attracted to people that look a certain phenotype. So I agree with Mr. R. It's not to do with skin color necessarily, but it's to do with the phenotype, the facial structure, and the facial features as well. The skin color doesn't
Rondo,
come to.
But Rondo, okay. I get that, right? I get what you're saying. But for the sake of conversation and for all of us understanding it, right?
Right.
We have to point out what the people, what they point to generally is what we're saying, skin color. You know, like that's at the forefront of it. So we cannot just, you know, ignore what we are seeing, what the people are really saying they are
So,
into, what they are
African,
motivated by.
I
I
have a
think
point to.
perhaps you've been paying attention to it's you're paying attention to different perspectives, especially is paying attention to dysfunctional perspectives of the society as well. But anybody with good common sense doesn't see things that way.
No, not well. Look, I get that. You know, whether it's not about, you know, what you, me, or other people, you know, what we think. People think and act according to how they act, and others, we see it, and you know, we observe it, we talk about it. So it's not like,
Has there been a study that has concluded a study that has concluded that black men on a majority scale have you seen that prefer lighter skinned women and all that stuff?
Yes, from Tinder, the results are
yeah, from Tender, black women, they've said it there, you know, are the least favorable. They've done this in all, you know, different studies. They are the least favorable. White women are at the top of the chart. The Halle Berrys, the
Is that in the West? That's in the West, isn't it?
we're speaking of the West. Yes,
We're speaking of the dysfunction in the West, right?
Yeah.
And
So
we are aware
wait,
of the beauty standards over here as well. You're not the majority, you're the minority. And so it makes sense that that a beauty standard will look more.
So you missed the beginning of the conversation then, right? Rondo.
Right.
Okay. So you are taking us back because we've already, you know, answered that. You know, the conversation is about, you know, the West, because in, you know, like me growing up in West Africa, you know, that wasn't a thing. You know, that wasn't a thing. There are some people who probably think that way, but I can't really say it's a thing. Like, people are not conditioned, you know, to see things in terms of that. So that's a Western black thing. That's what we are saying here.
But Afidamis, for me, for example, my perspective coming from Ethiopia and Kenya, over here, like in Kenya, light-skinned women are definitely, for example, Kikuyu women, they are beautiful, that's true, but they're definitely preferred over all of the other tribes. And then if you go to Ethiopia, it's a bit different. There's hair texture, it's not skin tone. So, for example, the Afar women, they're a lot darker, actually. Phenotypically, they look a bit like Somalis, but Afar women are seen as the most beautiful in Ethiopia because of their hair texture. It's a little bit more loose curl. So depending on the country,
it's a thing, because like, again, I think I've witnessed a conversation where you, Dr. K, was there. In fact, you were one of the participants, where, because I thought like all African panel, but then it descended to skin color, something to do with the skin color and hair texture. In fact, I didn't even know that in that part of Africa, you know, in the East, you guys even have your own derogatory terms for certain type, you know, certain type of people. You know, obviously people are able to see the difference. Over there, the lighter seem to be seen as the preferred mode, because the lighter ones, their words, what they call the dark skin, hurts more than what the dark skins say. They have their own. In fact, I've heard people say, someone wrote it, Kwesi Gerer. I learned that, like, I never knew what that was. Last time someone had to explain it to me. I never even knew that existed, you know, amongst you know, amongst people from that area.
Yeah, so let me give you an example. My dad and my sister, they're very light skinned. Me, I'm
Hold
very dark.
on. AC Block said, Afridamus, you would be called a Gerard. Apparently, I mean, sure. I've seen the people that look like me were called that. So I mean, but hey, I guess I will be a Gerard, whatever that is. But keep
It's a
going,
Somali
doctor.
word. Yeah. So Jarer is a Somali word that means hard hair. It
It
means
means
you
what?
know, hard hair. It means your hair is very coarse, very curly, too curly,
So,
I guess.
so that's supposed to be like an insult.
Some people use it as an insult. Some people just use it as a fact.
So it just means your hair is curly.
Yeah, very
Huh,
curly, very curly.
Well,
So I'll give you an
that's
example.
not
My
an
sister,
insult, but okay.
I'll give you my example. My sister is very light skinned. I'm very dark skinned. My hair texture is a bit different from my sister. So the issue in here in East Africa is to do with skin tone and then hair texture. So if you got a loose textured hair type, you're going to be seen as a higher level than the person who doesn't have it. And then also if you have a skin tone that's a bit lighter, you're going to be preferred as more beautiful. Then obviously there's facial features as well. That comes in, but generally, yeah, people here very featurist, hair texturist, as well as skin tone rist. Like I mentioned earlier, Kikuyu women in Kenya are seen as the most beautiful. In Ethiopia, you see Afar women, and
So,
there's a saying.
but my point is, right, there is obvious, observation of difference in skin tone and features in general. So again, like I've seen when like a Somali person calls, somebody from, darker skins, call them Jerer, which you now said is a curly hair. Like my hair is curly. If someone said curly hair, I'll be like, okay. Maybe because I wasn't socialized in that environment. But I find it, even you saying that, like the description, for them to even go for the hair, that means they are describing, saying, in terms of this person is ugly.
Yes,
Would you?
that's exactly.
So
Okay,
even
didn't this
back
guy
then,
call me a Jareer like 3 weeks ago?
Which guy?
Didn't you call me a Jareer like 3 weeks ago?
No. I would not call you Jared. No, that's someone else.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So Keizo,
But yeah,
Keizo, why? Maybe perhaps is down to individual perception. But I think you were saying that Kikuyu women or Kenyan women are the better looking in terms of facial features and body as well. You said that.
yeah. So basically, Kikuyu women are about 65% Bantu. The rest of it, they're
Is that
Ethiopian.
down to your perception? Is that down to your own?
This is literally what most people in Kenya prefer Kikuyu women. The only
You,
problem with
most
Kikuyu
people in
women,
Kenya, correct? Most people in Kenya.
but my whole point is, right, even though it's focused on the in the West, like UK, America, but I'm also learning here that even in that part of Africa there, this is a thing. Not only is it a thing, there's even a name, like equivalent to nappy head. Like in America, honestly, like when somebody, even when someone said to, I hear the word nappy hair, I wasn't even offended. I asked, I said, well, what do they mean? They're like, oh, African hair. I was like, okay, why should that be an insult? So it's like, even in America, if you tell a Black American woman, I'm not talking about in the Pan-African space, I'm talking in real life, real life out here. It will be an insult if you tell most of the Black American women that they look African. But if you say they look Ethiopian, that's a compliment. But if you say they look African, idea West African, they take it as an insult. Nakmizi, correct me if I'm lying.
This guy's
No, that's definitely true because the Ethiopians are seen as exotical, and the African/West Africans are seen as handsome women.
This is true because a few weeks back, there was a video that I have seen. Someone sent it to me, short one. It was a Nigerian. He's second generation Nigerian. He was describing, in fact, some people flipped it and said West African, but he was talking about Nigerian women. Because
so, Abu Damas, you believe East African women or other African women are better looking than Senegalese and Sierra Leonean women.
No,
You
no,
really believe that?
no. I think you're coming
I,
here.
I mentioned I mentioned earlier
I'm
on about the
speaking.
house.
Wait, it's not what I believe. I am talking about what I am seeing, how the people are thinking, what they are saying. It's not what I believe. I don't look at it in terms of, this group of people are the beautiful one or not. I just see
Can I
somebody.
say something?
If I see them as beautiful, they are beautiful. It don't matter if they're from
Okay,
mass.
let me
Hold
just
on,
say.
wait, Rondo, you're taking away. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. But anyways, this Nigerian guy, what he was saying, he was talking about Nigerian women, and many people were upset. And he said Nigerian women look like men. There's no difference. They look like men, And he gave his stance. He said he doesn't see them as beautiful. They look masculine, and many people were upset. So things like that. That's what I'm saying. I have observed. With Western blacks or even second generation African, I have noticed they would speak on the African feature looks, the African looks, they deemed it ugly. You
I
see?
have a question because you see the women from Senegal and Gambia, the Bambara, Wolof, Fulani women, they look nothing like Nigerian women. I find
Right. Right. I
women
know
very
there's
Dr. K, there's
definitely a
many different
difference.
tribes.
There's
many.
the thing is different tribes. Even when even Nigeria, if you watch documentaries on Nigeria, like depending on like they go to certain parts, the people in the north and the south, there's different looks.
And me personally, I love Senegambian women. They look beautiful to me. They look like Sudanic, actually. In fact, they are from Sudan. That place used to be called Sudan in the past. So I think they look completely different from Igbo or Yoruba women. And I don't
Yeah.
find Yoruba women attractive, but I love Senegambian women.
So
Dr. K,
do you agree with the guy? Are you saying you agree with the guy that I'm guessing he was talking about the Igbo women in Nigeria. So do you agree with him that the Igbo women look like men?
I can't say that because I ruined my thing, but I just think
No,
that
I mean you're responding to an actual Nigerian who, because I would think, he's Nigerian, he looks Nigerian, he's very familiar with the Nigerian standard of beauty from the time he was little. He's been around his mama, his aunties, and all that,
Yeah, I don't find Nigerian women attractive. I prefer Senegambian and Mali women. That's it when it comes to West Africa. And when I say Nigerian,
and what is your reason? Like, is it like you don't find them like what don't you find attractive about them? Is it their looks or what is it?
It's a mixture of different things, but mostly it's behavior. For example, right now I am part of Microsoft's help women to do data science project. When I was teaching Nigerian women, they were just loud, annoying. They get in your head. They just complain about everything, and they act very manly. But when I was teaching the Senegambians,
Okay, so you agree with the guy?
They were a lot more feminine. I think for me, it's mostly, do I have a feminine experience with a woman, or is it a very masculine experience? With Nigerian women, they just, unfortunately, from my experience, much more masculine than the Senegambian women.
All right, Keizo, what do you think about Tanzanian women, and what do you call it, Malawian women? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't like Tanzanian women because, you know why? Because I don't like Tanzanians in general. Why? Because they allow Somalis to enslave them and send them to Saudi Arabia. I don't like that idea. I love Kikuyus.
Where did you get that from?
Okay, let's Dr. R, you have to respond to that. Go ahead, Dr. R.
Dr. K, where the hell did you get that nonsense that my people enslaved Tanzanians? I know we were present in the Middle Ages in the Mozambique, but Tanzania, of course not.
My mom's tribe, they're called the Luyas, right? they enslaved Tanzanians, and the Somalis helped them enslave the Tanzanians and send them to the Saudi Arabian peninsula. My dad's tribe, the Oromos, they obviously got enslaved also into India as well by Somalis too. So the point here is, yeah,
Well, let's
I don't
take.
like
Well,
the fact
yeah.
that some tribes allow themselves to get enslaved. Tanzanians are
So therefore, you don't find them beautiful because of that.
I don't want to go near simp, right? Because that gene is going to be in my kid. I want a gene from Kikuyus, for example, because they're fighters, right? They fought the white.
So you will not marry a black American.
Never. Black American, never.
Why?
No.
Why?
What's wrong with Dr. K? What's wrong with black American women? Could you tell us?
Look, I'm not gonna go with any history of enslaved people. Why? Because it didn't fight for.
This guy's a douchebag. Absolute douchebag. Douchebag.
All right, let me handle this dude. I think this is the dude who called me a Jareer. Is this the guy?
No, that's a different guy. I've never called anyone Jareer.
I want the guy who called me a Jareer.
That's probably this guy here, Dr.
Dr.
R.
R, right? Dr. R, right?
Yeah, it's not me.
All right. Well, look, Afrodamus, thank you for having me on. I'm going to go to sleep now. It's like very late in here in Europe, so I'll check you on the next one, bro.
All right. Thanks for coming. Okay. So Dr. Kezo, so you're not basing it on skin color. So you have, different criterias of seeing, seeing people. You have criterias.
Exactly.
Dr. Kezo, would you date a Brazilian woman who's black or no?
As well. It's only going to be Kikuyus, Oromos, or one of those tribes.
Let me press a bit more. Let me press a bit more. Dr. Kezo, why wouldn't you date a woman with a slavery background or slavery descendants?
I don't want the gene.
He just explained it.
You don't want the gene. What the gene of?
Okay, let me give you an example, right? When the Arabs talked about the Bantu, right, who were enslaved, right? Again, I'm half Bantu, that's fine, but the Bantus who were enslaved were mostly from Tanzania, Mozambique, that region. These people were very complicit. They agreed with the enslavers. Do you know why Somalis were enslaved? It's because these niggas would die before being enslaved, right? Same with Kikuyus. Kikuyus fought for the freedom of Kenya. That's why I respect them. I'm not
Dr. K, I think I know what you're talking about. So you don't want to breed with a weak, submissive woman. You want to breed with an attractive woman who comes from a warlike tribe that's aggressive.
Exactly.
Hold on.
Right.
What constitutes somebody to be submissive? What really makes someone submissive from the get-go?
But Dr. Kezo, I have to agree with you. There are some tribes in some parts of the world that are weak and submissive. Like, look how the Spaniards conquered the Caribbean that was inhabited by that tribe that were wiped out by the Spaniards. Like, just like the native Indians.
So, okay. Okay. I think I see what that's a different.
It applies to women as well. Before I mute up, it applies to women. Women want to breed with stronger men, not weaker men, in order to have a stronger child. I don't know. Dr. Kezo is talking from a eugenics point of view. Dr. K is speaking from a eugenics point of view.
We would come right back to that in a sec. Hold on. We would come right back to that. This is interesting. DMF. We have DMF again. DMF.
Yes.
You're back. I can tell you have something to say. You want to respond to. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
You know that the guy, what's his name? You call him Dr. K, though.
Dr. K.
Yeah. He's well, you are doctor to whoever you think you are, but you're not no doctor to me. Basically,
hold on, Dr. K. Let him finish. Let him finish.
But yeah, respect.
All right. Basically, can I speak? Is it okay if I talk now?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. He's letting you. Go ahead, DMF.
Right. So basically, I mean, I've just listened to him speak about all different people from different African, obviously, countries, right? The women, right, of who he wants to. I should say procreate with, and all the rest of it. The only thing I wanted to add to that is that doesn't that sound a bit confused as a person to be obviously trying to basically find discrepancies in every single people that you've met. Oh, I like this person. I don't like that person. This person was submissive. Remember, the people that were enslaved, they're dead and gone.
Right.
The people that are living now are not the same people that were enslaved. So that means that you're confused as a human being in itself, right? So when you're listen to me. When you're talking, right, you need to know what you're talking. This is what I said before. You came on and it's like, I've listened to you and you try to talk as if you know what you're talking about. But that's why I said you're not no doctor. You're an illusionist. You're someone that's under an illusion, false pretense. Yeah, you're lying to yourself.
Well,
You see where I'm coming from?
hold on. To add on to that, I want to. So, Dr. Keizo.
Dr. Keizo,
Dr.
would you
Keizo
accept?
said, hold on, Doctor. So, Dr. Keizo, you're not attracted to Nigerian women, and we can, like, Nigerian women. Majority of Nigerian people you meet, they are definitely not weak people, right? We can agree on that. They are not weak, most of the time, not only physically, even mentally. Okay. Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong, because, okay, you're not attracted to the Nigerian women, and you said no Black American. Is it because most Black American women, are from the region of Nigeria? Is that what it is?
Okay, so I want to clarify this. I'm not attracted to Nigerian women. That's true. With Tanzanian women, again, they're very beautiful. However, I don't want the gene from the men's side where my son is going to be a simp that's going to allow things. Because look, I'm a business owner. I want my business to succeed.
Wait. Hold on. Okay, Kezo. I cannot help but laugh. Wait. No, wait, Kezo. Okay, Tanzanians are out because you don't want your child to inherit, simping genetics. Is that what I'm hearing?
100%. They're simps.
Okay, continue.
My stepsister is a Tanzanian. Look, they're a bunch of simps. Nigerian women, I don't want to inherit that. I can't stand a woman that's going to be just talking too loud and annoying my face. Now, Senegambian, Wolof, Bambara, Fulani, beautiful women. They're really nice, and I like the way, everything about them, right? That's okay for me.
Keizo, let me say something. Keizo. I hear what you're saying, and I know exactly what to say. Keizo, there's been observations that West Africans tend to be more fast-paced and quicker than East Africans. And obviously, there's been something that's been said, such as the British were ramming sand around the rectum of Kikuyu people a couple of centuries back. They were just ramming sand around the rectum. Keizo, would you say would you marry an Eastern European, Russian, Ukrainian, or something? Would you mix with them?
I find them attractive, but no, because I'm a Pan-African, so I won't marry a Russian. But yes, I find Russian women very beautiful. However, when it comes
they were known as slaves. Keizo, everybody in the planet was enslaved. The British was enslaved. The Eastern Europeans was enslaved. Everybody, even the Germanic people were enslaved. Everybody was enslaved.
My mom's tribe was not enslaved.
No, but Keizo. I'll have to disagree with you. Like, okay.
Let me get some Afrodamus, please. I gotta go to sleep. Let me get some of these.
You're back. Okay, go ahead.
All right. This is Keizo, Dr. Keizo.
Yeah, what's up?
How you doing? So look, did you not mention that your father's tribe was almost enslaved?
Yeah, the Oromos were enslaved by several people. Somalis, for example, sold them to India. That's an example. Correct.
So your father's tribe was enslaved?
They were enslaved, but they didn't really accept to be enslaved. Most of them fought.
Do you not understand that Black Americans had not even just Black Americans, the whole diaspora, because you're not picking on Black Americans, so to speak. You're saying anyone that had slave ancestry. That it's very ironic that someone with slave ancestry talks about that he wouldn't want to procreate with someone with slave ancestry because of, I guess, docility. Now, you also have to talk about the slave rebellions in the Caribbean, in South America, in Mexico, and in America.
I would marry Asian because they fought against the.
Okay. Hold on. Let me ask this quick. Okay, Keizo, you just mentioned that you like Senegambian women, right? Malian.
Yeah, very
Okay.
beautiful. And the food, oh my God,
Okay,
thank you for fried.
so do you know, okay, if we go by your idea like genetics, right? Those people from Senegambia, you know, do you from those same very tribes, you know, there's majority of those tribes, they are not weak tribes. So Black Americans that live in America and other parts of the diaspora, they came from those tribes. Some of those tribes, they're warrior tribes. So it's in their genes. So are you saying just because they went into slavery, that altered their gene to becoming weaker, different from, you know, their original tribe?
Okay, so let me give you an example. Good question. The Haitians
Dr.
fought
Kaiser,
for
I've got
the.
a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now I'm not done with him.
Yeah.
Afrodamus,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
took the mic
I
from
got
me,
a
but
question.
he
I
asked
had
a very
another
good
question for
question.
Dr. K.
Hold on. Yeah, Dr. R. Let him finish, and you know you will come up after Nakmizi.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so basically, okay, so let me give an example. Haitians, right? From the country of Haiti. These niggas fought for their freedom until they got the first free slave state country. I'll marry a Haitian woman. However, African American,
Because of that.
yeah, mostly because of that. However,
Okay.
with African American women, I will never marry one. First of all, because they're corrupted by Western ideologies, all these things. That's one. Two, African Americans did not fight for their freedom early enough. Haiti, I respect Haiti. I don't respect African Americans.
Wait. Do you not like, okay, fine. Let's go with the history. Do you see the number? If you look at the numbers, you know, Black people who are enslaved here, you know, you compare their number to, you know, Haiti, where the majority were actually enslaved, they were Black, while in America here, the Blacks here were outnumbered and continue to be outnumbered. Are you taking that into consideration?
Yeah, so I think the blacks in America are mixed with a lot of Irish, British, a bit of Iberian. So 20% of Black American gene is actually from Iberia/Ireland. You know, mostly those two.
But you also
two
know many rebelled, right? Have you heard of,
yeah,
you know, rebellions?
individually, but not as a nation.
No,
So you
no.
see,
But that's what I'm saying is, people were put in plantations. It's not like today people are roaming, you know.
So I guess they must not be completely docile because they've got the genetics of the slave master
Of the
as well.
slave. Yeah.
All right, let me jump back in. I want to know who colonized the country he's in because I believe they speak Portuguese. Is that you come from a country with a Z or something?
I'm half my country is Kenya, the other half is Ethiopia. So we were colonized by the British in Kenya. Ethiopia were colonized by the Italians for 5 years.
Okay, so which side do you want to claim for this conversation? You want to go with Kenya? Let's go with Kenya. All right. You know, Kenya, they were getting bitched by the English as well. But there were Kenyans that fought back, namely well, you know those people, the Mau Mau, okay? So those Mau Mau, you know, they have descendants today. What you're trying to say is that Black Americans essentially still have this docile gene, and we're literally not known for being docile. We are known for being the most rebellious Black people today.
In the
okay?
planet.
On the planet. So we literally embody rebellion. So you're speaking to me in a language from a colonized place when you are the majority. When you talk about Haiti, you got to understand that this Pan-African narrative that you're trying to push doesn't work because yes, they defeated the French, and you can just call it really a war of attrition. The French was like, forget that. It's not important enough to keep fighting for it. But they still make Haiti pay French. So how do you beat the French and still got to pay them? That beats me. But when you talk about this Pan-African narrative in Haiti and how they stood up, do you understand that the first president, or not even the first president, they were talking about getting the mulatto establishment out. And what happened was Papa Doc Duvalier, he got the mulatto establishment out. And what did his Black ass do? oppressed the same black people that put him in power, and that happens to today. So you put a lot of stuff in lineage as a negative in terms of docility. You put a lot of stuff in, you know, skin color, when you could be black as Afrodamus, but that is not going to get you freedom. When you talk about Black Americans, I'm gonna tell you this: we are the premier black ethnic group, and you can't, if you want to go person for person, you know, or achievement for achievement, people from your country versus Black Americans, you'll lose, and I could do it with my hand tied behind my back. It's not even a comparison.
Kenyans and Nigerians are the most successful Africans. So
excuse me, say that again. Where?
Nigerians, Ghanaians, Kenyans, Somalis are the most successful.
Okay, now, okay, stand on that. Stand on that. Prove that for Nigeria. The Nigerians are never successful in Nigeria. Where do they have to go? To Black America. Nigerians do not succeed in Nigeria.
Nagmisi, I've got a question for you.
Well, I'm not finished cooking this dude. Let's go. Let's go, Doc. I'm going to revoke his medical license right now.
1 second, I'll let you continue. No, Miko, always revolutions are orchestrated by the few, obviously, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Okay, continue. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy, you know, he's like a mixed breed himself. Half Ethiopian and Kenyan, and they both took L's. Both of them, well, not Kenya's doing well because of the white man's infrastructure. You take colonialism out of Kenya, then you're looking at another failed state. Ethiopia, we already see what's going on there. So you had to become a doctor outside of Africa. So talk that Africa, Pan-African shit from Africa, bro.
Hold on, Nakmizi. I don't think Dr. Kaiser is claiming to be African, but anyways, let's leave Pan-African away from here and let's stick to the topic itself.
Now, I have to put respect on my people, but it is what it is. See, you know, when it comes to the premier black ethnic group in the world, that is Black Americans, hands down. Out of 15 black billionaires, 8 of them are Black American. Okay, and matter of fact, I don't even think there's any Kenyan black billionaires. 2 are Nigerian, one is Dangote and the other guy, and then there's another dude from another country. But most of them are Black American.
I don't think you know about the Kenyan billionaires.
What'd you say?
The Kenyatis are billionaires and they're Kenyan.
Okay, but everybody in the chat, notice how his whole tone changes when the Black American puts that lack of Black American docility and that aggression on his ass. He folds like a cheap lawn chair because he can't deal with the Black American.
Hold on.
He's gonna overdose. He's gonna overdose on his own pills tonight. He's gonna overdose on his own pills. Like, oh my God, Viakata, the descendant of a slave, just put me in my goddamn place. Half breed Kenyan.
Okay, we have. Okay, we're gonna let Dr. R speak, and then Kezo will let you respond to this. Will, you know, if that changed your mind, you know, or you still stand by what you said. Go ahead,
Nagmisi.
That dude is half a slave himself. His father's people were enslaved. So what is he talking about? He comes from the loins of an enslaved man. Weaker you cannot get. Come on now. Let's talk that talk. Let's talk it. You got the right one. Put down. Okay, what's up, brother? I ain't gonna kick a dead horse.
I've got 3 points that Dr. K made. Like, how come Black Americans chose that Black Christian, I'm sorry to say, his house nigger, Martin Luther King, over Malcolm X? Malcolm X and many others could have gave your people New Africa. You would have had your own independent country, passport, economy, everything, if you've chosen these people, because the majority of Black Americans. Can I finish?
Let the man speak.
Because Martin Luther King, he was a very docile man, just like that South African man who died a few days ago, and Desmond Tutu.
All right. Whose message was more propagated in the media, and who did white people like?
Black Americans. Like in America today, if you go to any street, if I were to visit America, if you go to any street in America, in Black America, all streets are named after Martin Luther King. And
Wait,
in Black
but what is
America,
your
the
point?
economy,
Because you
can I
were
finish?
cut
The
off.
economy in Black
Give me your
America,
point.
if you go to black neighborhoods, if you go to like any black
Mhm.
neighborhood in America, the fast food joints, the liquor stores, everything, Black Americans have got 1 trillion something, 100 or something billion in consumer wealth, but they don't control their economy.
So what were you saying about Black Americans choosing um, King over Malcolm X? There was a split. So not every Black American chose that. Not every Black American chose, not every South African chose Desmond
But do you
Tutu.
agree he's a
Politics
coon?
and ideology are different. So I
But
don't
do you
see what
agree
your
that
point
Martin
is.
Luther King was a coon?
I agree with you. I agree with you. But are you a Black African, or you like one of those mixed breed horners?
No, I'm African. I'm pure.
You're pure? Where you from?
I'm from Somalia.
Oh, you're one of those I'm the captain now Africans, right? You got a big head and curly hair?
Big head, curly hair. No.
Textured hair. Because every
If
African
you
has
Somali, are you a Muslim?
Yep.
Come
Yeah,
on,
I'm
don't get
Muslim, but I'm
scared now. Don't get
spiritual.
scared now. Keep that
Why
same
would I be
energy y'all
scared?
have when y'all be hijacking them ships. Keep that energy.
ships. Listen, because of Somalis, Kenya's economy is actually improved a lot by 25%. So I respect this, brothers.
Of course you
But
would.
Nagmeezy,
Yes, go on.
but Black Americans, you said that you got the most capital. How come Nigerians and Africans, how come a Nigerian or Somali or an Eritrean, if they come to America or Caribbean, they climb up the ladder? Black Americans have been there for 300 years.
Okay.
Even if you look at, for example,
No.
some
Don't
from the
jump to another point, bro. Let me dismantle that one right there.
Why is it
With
that
the
Nigerians
problem with Africans is that they never, all they want to do is look at the bottom of the barrel of Black Americans and compare that to the privileged African that goes over there. Now let me tell you,
what
have you ever been
privilege?
to
You just
America?
mentioned privilege.
Have you
What
ever been
privilege
to
does
America?
what
Have you
privilege
ever
does a
been to
refugee
America?
from Congo or someone from Nigeria who doesn't have much, who comes on a visa lottery, doesn't have, and he works the crappiest job, the lowest of the low. He spends 5 or 6 years, then he makes enough money. He buys a business. He has these opportunities that the Black American has, but they don't take advantage of
Wait,
it.
hold on. You're jumping to another point. I'm gonna cook you slow. Let's deal with the first point. Okay. The
Are you sure
first
about
point
that?
you said. So let me ask you a question. Have you been to America?
Me, yes.
What part of America did you go to?
That was in New York.
Did you take a cab in New York?
No, I don't
Okay.
take public.
There's a great chance that your cab driver was a goddamn Nigerian. Okay. When I was in New York the last time, every person that checked my bag at a sneaker store or a clothing store was either a Nigerian or a Gambian. Okay. So this myth of this overall African excellence in America is a myth. It's just that. You do have Africans that excel, but it's not at the rate of Black Americans. And I will tell you this, when you take someone out of a situation where they have nothing, like in Nigeria, because the Nigerian government has their foot on the neck of their people. Once that foot gets off and they get to the land of opportunity, which is America, they're going to excel. Yes, but the question is this, if you're talking about Nigerians, why don't Nigerians become something in their own country? Why? Because they're getting screwed over by other Nigerians. There's a guy, he has a channel, I'm not going to say it. He said, and I quote, "To call Nigeria a zoo is a disrespect to animals because animals get treated better than Nigerians." Holla back.
Nagmeezy, you remind me of that Black American woman from Georgia, from the Stone Mountain.
What? Are you whispering sweet nothings in my ear now, bro? What are you talking about?
No. There's a video. Yeah. Let me ask you a question. How come
Yes.
Black Americans? I've never been to America, but from what I've been told from many Americans I've met in the UK, why is it that in most Black American neighborhoods, the majority of businesses, let's focus on economics, the majority of businesses is owned by the Arabs, the Vietnamese, the Indians. And there was a black American woman who went into this store in Georgia and she started ranting against these Ugandan Indians about telling them that you're screwing us over, like get out of our neighborhoods. But those that came from Uganda were successful and they came to America to make more money. But can you blame them? Because you're not taking advantage of the opportunities that you have.
Now
Because
look,
America,
watch this.
all you see is
Watch
dollar
this.
signs.
I will
Dollar
tell
signs
you.
are all over.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you this, that my people, Black Americans, should take advantage of the greatest country on the planet. So yeah, I'm not going to argue that point, but to throw it back on you because we're having a Somali versus Black American conversation. Why aren't you in Somalia and why can't you get ahead in your own country?
Well, I was born in UK.
Oh, so you're not even really a Somalian. You cut and ran.
No, I'm a Somali that was born and bred in UK.
All right.
So why
But I
do they
haven't
stay in Somalia?
but
Because
Meezy, you
Somalia
listen
is
to
a
me.
shithole.
I've not forgotten my culture or my heritage.
Well, you remember it, but you don't love it enough to go and really embrace it in the home of
My
Somalian
brother, I
culture,
visited my
which is
country 2
Somalia.
times, and I send
Because
money every month
your
back
ass
to my
would be on
country.
a video on CNN begging the Prime Minister of the UK to bring your ass back. That's why.
Love, my brother, you don't even know me. I love my country. I was there for like a year.
You love it so much that you ain't there.
I guess we can all agree wherever the government stifles innovation or stifles people's progress.
Nah, don't try to save this guy. Don't try to save him. Let him drown. Remember these Horners, they don't have any love for black Africans. Okay, y'all got black Africans have more in common with me than a Horner. Let's keep that 100.
Well, what do you mean no love for black Africans? Like Navmizi, you do realize in Africa we're very tribal. Like you have to be very careful what you're saying.
Yeah, I know. Come on, you can't teach me about Africa, bro. You're a Horner. You're a Horner. Yeah.
Hazel.
You're not, yo, bro. If I put you in West Africa, bro, you'd either be a Fulani or you'd be food. Let me drop you off in the forest of Yoruba land. You'd last about 10 minutes before they get your ass, because we're not the same.
Why would I last 10 minutes? Why would I last 10 minutes in Yoruba land?
Because of what people that look like you were doing. Okay.
Why is it? Because let's not get into tribalism now. So they're gonna get me in the forest because they're gonna get me in the forest because I'm Fulani. Is that the reason?
You would look like a Fulani.
We don't even look alike. I don't even know if they can tell. All right, if I was from Sudan, if I was from Sudan, would the same thing happen to me? Because a Sudani and a Somali and Fulani, we don't look alike. It's like me saying a Congolese and a South African look alike.
Who do you look like? Do you look like a West African? Do you look like Afrodamus?
Nope.
Okay, exactly. Neither do
Kenya,
I.
You got people, but in Kenya and Uganda, you have people that look like Horners. You do realize that, right?
Bro, you're not even close. Let me explain something to you.
I said
Black Americans
if you go to Rwanda, if you go to Rwanda, there are people that have got Cushitic admixtures.
Black Americans have no link to Horners. Wait, hold on. Black Americans have no link to Horners. And so I find it funny that Horners always got our name in their mouth. We don't care about y'all. We don't look like y'all. We don't have any ancestral links to y'all. Y'all don't have anything
we don't care about you people
that would make us want to say, look, those are people that we look up to. Your people are known for being pirates and poor. You literally have
your people are known for criminality and gangbangers.
At least with Nigerians, I can say they do their thing outside of Nigeria. What are you guys known for? Hijacking.
This is degenerating. It's degenerating now.
I'm the captain now.
The topic is degenerated.
Bro, listen, don't insult my people, you Kinta Kunte idiot. You're Kinta Kunte, bro, man.
Easy.
What?
You're Kinta Kunte, that's what your people are, bro, man.
Easy.
No, wait. Tony, you black Americans are so afraid of the white man, and you should worry about killing us. Worry about the white man killing you.
Hey, Rondo, let me run it.
Well,
Thank you. Let me run it. Okay, we want to have the discussion, because like I want people to have open discussion, and as we go, I ask questions about things I hear. So, Dr. R, when you say, he's Kunta Kinte man, like, okay, like, is that like supposed to be derogatory?
No, he's insulting my own people. Like, look at his people. His people are dying every day in Black America. Your people are
No,
third-class citizens.
no, I
At
know,
least in
but
my country, we've got our own country.
but when you
Dude,
say
you dudes.
wait, when you say Kunta Kinte, like, like, I know people, it's a name of an individual. So I mean, it's along the the conversation we have in here. It fits right in there where even like West African look, like Kunta Kinte is supposed to be
I am not
seen as
insulting West Africans. I'm referring to his people, Black Americans.
no, but
You wish you were
what I'm
Black
saying,
American, bro. Stop.
Kunta
Why would I want
Kinte.
to be a Black American?
Hold on,
Because
Dr.
Somalis
R.
are weak as shit.
Easy,
Wait,
guys,
wait.
easy.
I just want okay, so I get it, Dr. R. So that means you like using Kunta Kinte is a name of a person from the Gambia. So I just want to know, because you used it, is that a slur, from Somali to West Africans as Kunta Kinte? Because
No, it's not a
like Mizi
slur.
might be
I'm
related
referring to
somehow to
the
Kunta Kinte,
film. I'm referring to the movie Kunta Kinte.
Yeah, but you used it in a racial in a
What he just did,
derogatory term.
Afrodamus, is confirm the connection between Black Americans and West Africans. We have no connection to East African Horners. Nothing. So why is he even in this space? Don't you have a ship to hijack?
Hold on.
Don't you ever store to rob? Don't you ever store to rob? Go and commit a crime.
You have you didn't chew enough. You didn't chew enough cat before you jumped on this live stream.
Hold on.
Because the same Black American you got contempt for.
Are you sure you're not on crack, my brother? Are you sure you're not on crack?
Hold on,
Do you want me to go to the
Bro,
ATM? Do
talk
you want me to save
crack?
you some money to buy
Pull
crack?
up a picture of a Black American and pull up a picture of a Somali male.
Guys,
y'all
hold
dudes
on.
average 80 pounds soaking wet with an AK in your hand and a mouthful of cat.
Easy, relax, man.
Easy,
Hold on.
boss. Easy.
I did cook you like jollof rice.
Easy, bro. Easy. Relax.
Rondo.
How did this
Please
convo even degenerate?
do not steal my position as the host. Just if it gets tense, trust me, I would jump in. Okay, like, I'm not beating down on anybody, to be honest. It's not about that. But I'm just curious how. Because when the conversation is getting heated, Dr. R said he feels insulted. So to insult Nagmizi back, he referred to Kunta Kinte, right? So is Kunta Kinte, the term Kunta Kinte, which Kunta Kinte is West African. Is that like a derogatory? And Dr. R, I'm not beating on you about it. I'm just curious, because I know even in America here, some people, they would use Kunta Kinte as like a mockery way, which goes along with the conversation I'm having here. Because like when I was growing up, even when I watch Roots, I remember all of us watching Roots. None of us have, like where we come from, we actually see Kunta Kinte as a hero. So this is true that one man's hero is another man's villain, fits that line. So to me, is it like like Somali thing, like Kunta Kinte is seen as an insult, or however way you look at it? Go ahead.
I do apologize what I said, but I just randomly said it. At Nagmizi.
Oh, okay. So like you don't mean anything by it. And Miko the Great was correct. He said Afrikaans is about good and evil. I still believe that. But okay, it's not a big deal. I just wanted to know what it meant. Just like I'm learning new terms. Like I've heard the term Gerer. Someone had to explain it to me. I didn't know what it was. So as uncomfortable as these conversations are, I think it's best for us to actually have it. Even the conversation that Dr. R and Nagmisi are having right now, some people might see it as a problem, but no, we got to let it all out on the table and have a conversation. It might sound tense right now, but eventually, I guarantee you, it will become a lighter conversation and we would all find the solutions. Maybe, just maybe, we all are on the same page, but our understandings of one another is completely different. So, again, Kunta Kinte is not a disgrace, he's not an insult. Kunta Kinte is seen as a hero, you know, where he come from. That's a fact. But I'll allow others also to speak. DMF is here. DMF, go ahead. DMF, can you hear me?
Yes.
Let me say something.
Yes, loud and clear. Yeah.
I gotta say something.
I can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead,
Right,
DMF.
go ahead, bro. Yeah, you know, it's I think people are getting a bit, you know what I mean, specific with things. This is supposed to be like a general topic that we're covering in regards to obviously people and their preference to skin, complexion, and all this other stuff. But you know, to just focus on Black Americans, and then we're talking about what's it called, then Somalia and all this other stuff. That's just, you've just been obviously been specific in trying to have an argument between each other. You see what I'm saying? But
right.
All in all, I just believe that, you know, everyone has their preferences in regards to who they choose to want to go for. You know, I'm coming from, and it's what it is. For me personally, I don't really look at any, because I'm married. I don't even look at whether it's West Africa, this Africa, Black. I don't really care about all that stuff. You know, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't interest me in any way, shape, or form. As I said, my wife is Indian, and I'm satisfied with my wife. So for me, all this, you know what I mean, whether the skin complexion is this and the skin complexion is that, that doesn't really do nothing for me. I've had this conversation before on another panel a few months ago. You see what I'm saying? So I think people just have their own personal issues that they need to deal with, and I think most of them will come onto these kind of panelists and then have their frustration out on things that that's not really, it's not really going to help anyone's life in terms of improvement in any way, shape, or form. That's what I'm saying. But
maybe
you know what I mean?
maybe as we talk and people see the conversation, you know, the way people see themselves in these conversations. I mean, I believe even if it's one person or two, I think somebody will learn something from it. Because myself, I'm learning quite a bit here. You know, every conversation, you know, I learn quite a bit from it. Dr. K, go ahead.
Yeah. So it's interesting what the brother said. But look, brother, listen, we all want different things from life. There's nothing wrong with what we want. There's nothing wrong with what we are, where we come from. At the end of the day, we're all Africans in this space, and it just depends on what we're looking for. For me personally, I'm looking for a strong child that's going to take on my businesses, take my $1 million business into a $1 billion business. That's what I want, and I do not want any weak tribes from Tanzania or any other weak Kenyan tribes or any weak Ethiopian tribes. I want the strongest.
With all due respect, sorry to cut in here, bro. Yeah, but with all due respect, you need to stop being that in terms of when you're talk, because it becomes an insult. You know what I mean? When you're targeting people and saying, I don't want a weak person, fine, that's your own opinion. That's fine. But when you're doing that, mate, if you feel that confident to speak such freely about how you feel, then what you should do is you just let everyone see who you are, and then you'll know whether you know, whoever you spoke about feels how you feel. You see what I'm saying? There's no need to be every minute mentioned. If you got preference, go for it, and you know everyone's gonna be happy for you. I'll be very happy for you myself. You see what I'm
saying? Dr. K, I've got a question for you.
Let me say something, bro. Let me say something,
guys. But you gotta let Dr. K finish his point. I believe he was in the middle of saying something.
Brother, I don't know about you. You probably live in the UK. You're probably a middle income person. I'm not a middle income person. I'm a millionaire, right? That's first of all. Second, I'm building several businesses. I've got an app that I'm developing for a postal service system for Africa. I'm going to be a billionaire very soon in the next 6 years or so, right? I'm not looking for some average, marrying someone who's just going to be average. I need to marry from a tribe that has the genetic dispositions to be warriors. The tribes that I know are warriors in East Africa is Kikuyus. Somalis are good warriors. You have the Luyas. They're also good warriors. I can't be out here marrying Tanzanians because Tanzanians let themselves to be enslaved. And not just that. If you look at Ibn Ali Mubarak from Arabia, they talked about the Bantus from Tanzania. They were very docile. Genetics. I'm a scientist. I have a PhD in genetics and physics, right? I understand how genetics works. There are traits that are carried through depending on the lineage. I am not going to be marrying any weak lineage. Yes, there are weak people out there, right? Like I said, my dad's tribe, yes, they were enslaved a little bit. They fought back a little bit. My mom's tribe did sell slaves again. But the point here is...
Wait. So,
but you're weak though, aren't you though, right?
They sold slaves?
You're weak, right?
Nilotic people into slavery and some other Bantus. Yeah, my mom's tribe is a Bantu tribe, right? They're the Buganda people, right? They sold slaves into Arabia. Then my dad's tribe, some of them, not most of them, some of them were enslaved into India. That is also correct. However, I know that the Oromos were only enslaved because some people were enslaved. But Tanzanians,
so if you're if you're a millionaire, as you say you are, right? Because you speak without knowing who you're talking to. So if you're so rich as you pretend and act to be,
I'm not so rich. I'm just a millionaire.
You know what I mean? Like what's going on? I know you're not, mate. I know you're not rich. I know you're not.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
I know you're broke. Believe me.
That doesn't matter. What's being criticized here is what somebody said.
I know you're broke.
Listen, brother,
believe me, I know you're broke.
Hang on. I'm not broke, but I'm not rich yet. When I have billions,
you don't have no business. You're a liar. You are a fraudster. That's who you are. You're a fraudster.
No, you can't be saying that. You can't be saying that, bro. you can't be saying that. Look, man. Yeah, let's approach the discussion itself rather than the background. And Dr. Keizo, I understand your background, but I think it will do you very well to stick more to the topic. Otherwise, you will get people that question you like that. You understand what I mean? And then it gets into a point of prove it, and that it's just unnecessary. And then we get deviated from the discussion.
Thank you, brother. Thank you,
Dr. Keizo. One thing I have to say to you is, it is seen as because you're a very intelligent person, so it could be seen as a bit warped in a way when you look at things as that these people are that way and these people are docile. Don't you think that in every group of people there is more refined people, and then there's people that, like, even in English people, there's some ugly yobs out there. In English people, in America, there's some yobs out there. Even Somalis people don't have really good looking people, even Senegalese. So there's an ugly and beautiful people, or beautiful and refined people, and not so refined people in every other peoples around the world. And we have to choose between them. Isn't it healthier to look at things that way?
So let me ask Dr. Keizo. So Dr. Keizo, you believe in, like genetic superiority type of ideology, like survival of the fittest, like so you believe in that, and you've come to the conclusion that from the events of certain groups went through their history. So from that history, you've concluded that
they are docile.
They are docile, so therefore you don't want anything to do with that.
Even though the British were like that, even though the Slavic were like that.
Okay, wait 1 second.
The Slavic are docile.
Right. Now, the Slavic were docile. The Slavic, that's why the word slave.
Dr. Keizo, can I add something?
They got the Russian Empire.
Slavic women are attractive.
They got the Soviet Union in it.
But But guys, let's not take attention from the from the black and African women. Let's focus here. This is you guys are trying to take us to Russia. Let's focus on.
That's the right. Soviets were docile, and then they got the Soviet Union.
Okay, wait a minute. So, Dr. Kezo, so if some, like you've mentioned tribes, right, that are that have the warrior spirit.
Yes.
They generally fight, and these tribes, some of their people have been taken into slavery as well.
True.
They have been taken into slavery. So what would you say to the descendants of those people? Are you going to say, because if you believe in genetic superiority, so that would mean that genetic marker would be intact, right?
Yes.
So they are taken into slavery. Are you still considering them to, I don't believe that, an entire group can be, quote unquote, weak or docile, but, that's not here or there. So are you saying they are still, like their DNA have been altered and they became docile?
Yeah, so a very good question.
And promiscuous.
Right. Okay, so let me generally, okay, let me give you some facts about Africa. Somali people are the people that do not have HIV in their country. Why? Because they don't go around.
Wait. What do you base this off of?
Facts, like the facts from the country.
Has there been like a,
yes.
Wait. There is, like, you're basing this on what?
Dr. K, since you're a scientist, I got a question. Since you're a scientist, Dr. K, in Africa and out in the Caribbean and in the New World blacks, do you think there's a link between slavery and promiscuity and colonialism? Because some tribes in Africa are promiscuous and docile.
Is allowing this to go on too much, man. You're allowing this to go on too much.
Wait. I know. I get the questions here, but really, like, Dr. K's idea, this is fascinating. I really want to understand where he's coming from. See, people just want to dismiss what he's saying. But we need to hear this, because that's what the topic is about. It's uncomfortable, but people have to speak about it. This is what the discussion is about. And if anyone has a pushback on Dr. K, give him the pushback. You guys saw Nagmizi came here and gave him a pushback. People will have to go back and forth. Let's hear this.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go for it.
One thing though, I must admit, right? I like the fact that he's very upfront in what he wants. Mm-hmm. I respect that about him. I cannot take that away from him. I wish a lot of people were that bold to say, I don't want this and I want that and I don't want that and this is not what I want because it's this way. I think if people were much more upfront and truthful in terms of their truth, I think the world would be a better place. You see what I'm saying? So right. I'm not going to fault him. It's just that, you see, the problem with a lot of people is that, you see, they let the arrogance run a bit far away from them. You see what I mean? So what basically happens is that this is why I pointed out that, yeah, you can speak, but don't mention people. Do not be specific in regards to, I don't like Tanzanians because they're this, and I don't like this sort of people because they're that. I mean, that's you're now creating enemies.
But what I'm saying, what if, that's how he truly see it, and that's his perspective,
You see,
no, what I'm saying is because we're having a conversation, right?
I know, but you see this.
So that's why people like you yourself are pushing back on what he's saying. So
yeah, but you know, like you know as well as I know, right? That in this world that we're living, right? You cannot say everything that you want to say. There are certain things that you say, and there are certain things that you don't say. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, but
you must know what lane.
I'm not offended. What I'm saying.
You see what I mean? It's not everything you say.
Wait,
I
me
don't think Dr.
personally,
Kizo has that awareness
yeah.
what to say and what not to say at a certain time. I don't think he has that awareness, to be
That's
honest.
right. That's what I'm trying to say,
Okay,
brother. You know what I mean? He
okay,
doesn't got that. You know what I mean?
okay.
And that
Wait,
comes with discipline.
hold on. I'll let you. I'll let him. Let's allow him to speak for himself. Let's not psychoanalyze him.
Okay, no
So,
problem.
brother, you're Caribbean.
We have somebody new that just joined us. Mutu Walima. Mutu Walima, welcome to the house.
Yo, what's up?
Welcome, Mutu. Thanks for joining us. And you must have been triggered by something that brought you on. Please, what do you think about what Dr. Kezo and Dr. R and everybody, DMF, the conversation you've heard so far?
Yeah, I had a question for Dr. K. I wanted to ask him, why would he want to marry into a weak tribe?
No, I don't want to marry into a weak tribe. No,
But you
Tanzania.
are marrying into a weak tribe.
Which one?
The Kikuyus.
No, Kikuyus are the Mau Mau warriors that fought for the freedom of Kenya.
They're the ones that
How?
go sand run up the
Bro,
rectum.
look at their body structure.
Rondo, wait. Allow Mutu. He's directing this to Dr. K. Let them talk about this real quick.
Look at the Kikuyu man's body structure. How are they strong? A Black American male can assert dominance over a Kikuyu male.
I'm telling you, fucking hell, bro.
Yeah. Listen, wait.
West and Central African males can assert dominance over them. That's just the truth.
Good point. Kikuyu men have more body structure similar to other Cushitic men, right? That's true, 100%. However, the mindset of Kikuyus is similar to the mindset of Somalis, meaning they are warriors. They're going to be willing to die for the country's need. Without the Kikuyus, Kenya right now would be run by Indians and white people. So I respect Kikuyus. I'm not a Kikuyu myself, but I respect them because they fought for the freedom of our country.
So are you saying they're the only ones?
Kikuyus are known for business.
Yeah.
So if you're right, then why isn't West Africa ran by Indians and white people? If you're right about what you're saying.
Mutu. Did you know West Africa is run by Lebanese?
No, it's not. Guys, I'm from West Africa.
Me too.
Yeah, I think this is.
But are you familiar with the Lebanese?
There's
Yes,
Lebanese
I am.
there, but that doesn't
100%.
mean there's Chinese in America, but America is not run by Chinese.
But
there's Mexican there.
What I'm trying to say, because I've met Lebanese in London.
Can I say something?
No, I don't want us to veer off. I just wanted to correct that part. I think people try to paint West African countries in general. It depends on.
I just want to say something.
But okay, my co-host is gonna say something. Go ahead.
Right. Right. So basically, right. You know what I mean? In Ghana, right. The Indians own most of the businesses, most of the major businesses in Ghana. The Indians and the Lebanese own most of it. I don't know about Gambia. I know there's a lot of Lebanese in Gambia too, right? Am I right, Redeemers?
Yeah, there is good number.
There's a lot of Lebanese in Ivory Coast, in Sierra Leone, and in Liberia. That's where they control those economies. Those three countries.
The Lebanese speak. The Lebanese, like in Sierra Leone, they have, strong base there. They, you could say they contribute quite a bit. I mean, they pretty much own all the businesses in that, in that part.
They do.
And Liberia also, there's a lot of Lebanese there as well. But it's
not that biggest. The Afridamus, are you familiar with that project, Eco City in Lagos? That big project. It's owned by a Lebanese billionaire.
Yeah, but they still don't run Nigeria though. That's for sure. Okay, let's allow
project in that country.
Hold on, let's allow Mutu Mualima to finish up.
So let me put the confidence, the logic there. In Kenya right now, the tribes that so basically in Kenya, Indians are part of the Kenyan national tribes, meaning they're one of the official tribes of Kenya. Indians, the Hindus, or at least the Gujarati tribe. They're definitely one of the Kenyan tribes. So in Kenya, Kikuyus, Indians, Somalis, Kisis, these are the main tribes that do business. Some of the other tribes, they're just so useless, right? Especially the tribes that are similar to Tanzanians. They don't do anything because they're just boring, useless tribes that don't understand how business works.
Wait, Dr. K. But Dr. K, how are you just throwing these people into the dustbins? Come on, Dr. K.
I'm giving I have evidence, right? Right now in Kenya, right? 25% of the money from Kenya is not from Kenyan Somalis. It's from Somalis from Somalia. 25% of Nairobi's economy. And Nairobi is actually one of the best cities in the world, right? Now, and that 30% of
So are you saying part of Kenyan economy is colonized by Somalis?
From Somalia, yes. And then Kikuyus, but majority of it is from Kikuyus from Kenya, and then a little bit of it is from Kisis tribe. But some of the other useless tribes, they're not doing anything, right? We got to be honest and straightforward about this. Statistics don't lie.
But Keizo, there's tribes that are business oriented. I mean, in Nigeria, you hear a lot about how the Igbos are very business oriented and all that stuff. So if you're saying the Kikuyus are the only ones in Kenya that are business oriented, would you say there's some?
Yeah. These are very good at business, right? And Somalis are also very good at business in Kenya.
What do you say about the Igbos being good at business in Nigeria? How to dominate everything?
I know this. I have facts. Most of my Igbo.
So do you attribute docileness with Igbo people who are not Malian? They're not Malian Africans, but they're like Congo, Bantu, Africa.
Yeah. So okay, good question, right? No, unfortunately, I don't find Igbo women attractive, but Igbos are very good at business. So I respect them. I just don't find the women attractive. Now, Senegal.
So isn't this showing that there's a warped view of things here?
No. I just simply have a complex structure of who I find attractive. I don't find Igbo women attractive. I find Wolof, Bambara, and Fulani women attractive from Senegambia, right? I don't find Igbo women attractive.
But Dr. K, Igbo women are light skinned.
Not all of them. There's light skinned ones, but the majority is darker.
It's a behavior. Their behavior is very masculine compared to Senegambian women. I like
Ashanti people in Ghana are conquerors. They're warriors. They've been conquering the region. And
that's right. Speak on it, brother. Speak on it.
Keizo, there's different tribes in different periods and time that did great things. You understand me?
Wait, Ashanti women, I don't like them because guess what? They're weird accent. Oh, my former car, my former.
Wait, okay, Keizo.
You may not like them, but they're conquerors.
Wait, so Keizo, what about because I want to ask you these questions because I like your honesty. Because at least, you are speaking, your mind, many people, are going to be upset at it, but it's good to allow everybody to speak their mind. So, you have certain criterias, attributes, it ranges from, the part of Africa the people are from, their history. This all matters to you quite a bit. What about, let's say, South African women like Zulu, South African tribes. I
know exactly what he's gonna say.
They have a very good track.
But Doctor,
they have a very good track.
Can I respond?
Wait. I'll let you respond just a second. Like South African tribes, let's say, for example, Zulu or Hausa woman, what's your feelings about them? And I mean, because these people never stopped fighting. So since that's one of your criterias, what about them?
Okay, so basically, let me go through answering this question. I've dated Xhosa women. I've dated Ndebele. So these are from South Africa. I've dated Somali, Eritrean, Kenyan. I've dated Ghanaian and one Senegambian from. She's half Wolof, half Fulani. Right. Those are the women in Africa that I've dated so far. Now, you're right. I do find South African women very beautiful. They have beautiful bodies, beautiful face. In fact, they even light skin for those niggas who like light skinned women, right? However,
so just admit it. It's all right. Over here, we don't judge you. You like light skin.
No. I'm a very dark skin nigga, right? My sister and my dad is light skin. For me, I'm a very dark skin nigga. this. So I'm
But
okay with that.
but what I'm saying, you as a doctor, why do you use a lot of rap lingos? You refer to yourself as
Alfredemus, this is why I said he hasn't got no discipline.
yeah.
See where I'm coming
Well,
from?
like he's referring, you refer to yourself as the the N word. But I'll let you continue. So
I'm a dark skin nigga, right? I know myself, right? So here's an issue with South Africans, right? South Africans are not my people, right? I'm half Bantu, half Cushitic, right? But South Africans are not my people. Let me give you an example. The Shona people from South Africa and Zimbabwe, they speak the same language I speak, right? Swahili. I can understand like at least 50% of what they say. So those are my people. However, the Nguni people, so Khoisan, Ndebele, Zulu, all these people there, they're not my people. Their language, although it's technically Bantu, it's nothing to do with me, right? I can't understand anything what they're saying. Those are ancient African tribes from the Khoisan admixtures. Those are not my people. So the only South
Can I say
African
something?
let him finish.
Right. The only people that I claim in South Africa is the Shona people. And in Kenya, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Somalia.
So you are you looking for the people that quote unquote you say your people like one of your long distance cousins? Is that what I'm?
So I don't dislike a South African's movement. I would marry a woman if I was really attracted to her, even if she's Nguni. But if I had a preference, it's Rwandese, Kenyan, or maybe
Rwanda's just butchering each other in the 90s. Weren't they just butchering each other in the 90s ago? That's animalistic, isn't it? And for Southern Africans, weren't they just wearing animal skins before colonialism came to us?
Listen, they were not butchering each other. They were butchering the Twa tribe. The Twa tribe are one is ancient African tribe. They're not my tribe, right?
Dr. K, what does the South African woman bring to the table?
She has a good body, I guess.
She what?
She has a very beautiful body structure.
Dr. K, my brother, if you're going to marry a South African woman, make sure you take her to the clinic, my brother.
Yeah, that's now the issue. Listen, South African women have perfect boobs. Man, their boobs are beautiful, man. Listen, the best body structure in all of Africa. The issue is, unfortunately, they have too much HIV.
Amazing. So, Dr. K, let me ask you this. So, you've said quite a bit here. So, Dr. K, the things that you've said, right? Your description of what you're not into, what you're not attracted to. Let's say if a white person, for instance, if a white person used this because the same exact term, without the distinction, just, say flat black, describe, it don't matter what tribe, whatever, but this is the idea about black person in general. Would you take offense to it?
Never, right? Let me give you an example. For me, I look like a stereotypical Bantu, maybe Nilotic guy, right?
What is what would a stereotypical Bantu look like? Help me here. I don't know.
I
don't know, but I look like a stereotypical Bantu Nilotic guy, but
no, help me. What does that mean?
It just means I'm dark skinned, maybe, whatever.
But I'm dark skin. So like dark skin like me?
Yeah. So I look
okay, so why don't you say that? You gotta tell me about
my head.
I'm confused. Just say,
But Dr. Kezo, can you explain why all the women, especially in East Africa, why all the women tend to go for West African men then?
Yeah, I'll explain that. Now, Afridamus, the only difference between me and you is our hair texture. That's the only difference. So my sister looks very different from you and me. But again, me, I look just like you. The only difference is my hair texture is very different. That's it.
So do you do you like are you because I see some, are you like, when you say Bantu, is it one of like the tribes that have the bigger foreheads, like long one?
No, I have a massive forehead. My forehead is massive. I look like you, but my forehead is massive. I used to get bullied by West Africans. They used to call my forehead of life, right?
They call it what?
Forehead of life.
Okay.
Forehead of life. Like they'll say, whenever I went to a West African barber shop, they used to ruin my forehead on purpose just so that I look, more disfigured, right?
Amazing.
Yeah, my forehead, I get bullied all the time because of my forehead in UK, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, however, when it comes to looks, I look just like you. The only difference is my hair texture is a bit different. Now, my sister and my dad, they're very light skinned, right? For me, I'm very dark skinned, whatever. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, now I see why you like the Somali women and
no. Come on.
Afridamus. Let me say something. Keizo, right? Before colonialism came to us, or before Europeans arrived, if you look at the development patterns of different African regions, which regions would you say were far more advanced in a way?
Okay, I'm sorry. Question: Zimbabwe was one that was the
No.
most advanced.
No, it was in West Africa.
It was West Africa, mate.
West Africa already had, these major cities and all that.
Oh, okay. You're talking about pre-colonialism, right?
Before colonialism, right?
In West Africa was Mali, specifically Mali. Yes.
Not only Mali.
But not only Mali, but specifically Mali was the most advanced because of the history of the universities, the schools, the knowledge, and the libraries. Yes.
Right. So in a way, which people were more civilized in a way? I mean, when you look at Kikuyu people in the past and you look at Zulus and all that stuff, which people seem a bit more civilized?
Okay, so let me answer that question, right? I told you, my mom's tribe is the Buganda tribe. We were never enslaved. We actually sold slaves, right? The Buganda tribe was the most advanced tribe in Africa.
The Buganda, is that the tribe? They span into Uganda, right?
Yes. Uganda and Kenya.
So this was slavers. Oh
Yeah,
wow! Dr. K, this runs deep in your blood. Continue.
Okay, so half my tribe is Buganda, and then the other tribe is Oromo, right? So the Oromos, unfortunately, we were enslaved into India. Unfortunately, now the Buganda people, we used to sell slaves.
Well, that's not unfortunate. If you guys sold slaves, I mean, why? It wouldn't be an
Hey, Dr. K, did the Buganda people sell melodic? Did the Buganda sell melodic people?
Yes, exactly. So you know your history. They sold the Nilotic tribes into slavery to the Arabs, right? So unfortunately, I apologize to all my Nilotic brothers. We sold you into slavery, but so the point here is when the British came to East Africa,
I thought the Nilotic were a strong tribe. I'm surprised.
Strong, but we were the most advanced tribe in that part of the world. So we used to be able to catch them, sell them into slavery. So we worked with Somalis and we sold them into with the Arabs slavery, right?
You sold the Somalis too?
No, we didn't sell Somalis. We worked with them to sell.
Dr. Kezo, when you watch the carry-on movies in Britain, they portray in most of East Africa the carry-on movies.
Sorry, I don't understand what you said.
But most of the slavery in East Africa was in Kenya, Tanzania, and Mozambique and Zanzibar. That's where the majority of slavery was.
Right, but it was not my tribe. It was not the Buganda people. We were not enslaved. We were selling slaves.
Okay.
This guy, this guy's very deep guy, man.
So
out here getting, caught slipping, out here getting sold. You were a Bantu tribe selling things.
This guy is something else. I tell you that.
Yeah, let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead, Dr. K.
You were not a bunch of niggas out here getting caught slipping and getting sold into slavery. We were the ones selling niggas into slavery, right? Now, like I said, my dad's tribe, we were sold a little bit, not so much, into slavery into India, right?
So,
fact,
your people back, the Buganda, were they selling the slaves for whiskey?
Yeah, so we were not selling for whiskey because we were the most advanced. Okay, you know the word Wakanda, right? From the African American, whatever. That comes from the Buganda tribe, right? In fact, my tribe is called Wanga tribe. The Wakanda tribe. We are literally the Wakanda tribe. You can research about it.
That's based on comic book. It's not real.
I know it's comic book. However, it's because
he's saying that his tribe are called the Wanka Club, right?
Wanga tribe, yes.
Wanka, yeah?
Wanga, yeah.
So you guys are wankers.
Allow it, mate. Allow it. Let it go.
You're being right? However, the issue here is the Wanga tribe is part of a Buganda tribe. In fact, I am actually a third removed prince of the Wanga
You're
tribe.
what?
I'm a third removed prince of the Wanga tribe.
Wait, okay. Wait, Dr. K. Tell me you are not pulling my leg and the other
He's
people's
not.
leg.
He's not, man.
Wait, I mean, since I'm the host, like I have to ask these questions. Not that I'm doubting it, because he's rolling off his tongue so well. You know, I don't think he's making it
He's a
up. But I
millionaire
just,
too.
for people, for listeners,
third,
wait, people that are listening, so they know. Okay, no, Dr. K is not really just making this up. This is real.
My uncle was actually the mayor of a town called Kissy. Listen, I'm not some average ass nigga, right? I'm from a
So
well-connected.
you're third generation removed from
from princehood, yes.
From
Dr.
princehood.
K,
Okay,
does your family
keep
live in
going.
mansions?
Politically, I am. My uncle was a mayor of a town in the last 5 years, right? I'm going to be a.
Hey, Dr. K, you know, back in the days, you know, late 90s to early 2000s, mid 2000, you know, Africans that come here, because back in the days, most black women in America, black American, you know, the game that the African guys used to run was they would say they're from a royal family. You know, they would say they're a prince. Actually, that worked on some of them for, you know, up until, you know, mid 2000s. So you are not one of those just
No.
African in America being a prince. You are an actual prince.
My uncle was a mayor of a town. My grandfather was a chief of a town. We are not regular ass niggas, right? That's
Okay.
what I'm gonna say.
I mean,
Now, that's
obviously not. You guys sold slaves. You guys can't be regular.
Now,
Keep
my
going.
dad's side, so that's from my Bantu side. My Bantu side, we are definitely royalty. From my Cushitic side, we're not royalty. We're a bunch of normal ass niggas, right? Now in Africa, you take on the president of your father's tribe. Now my father's tribe is Cushitic, my mother's tribe is Bantu, right?
Which one is can you describe for those who don't know, which one is Cushitic? We've already established the Bantu. That's the one with the forehead.
So
now the Cushitic, which ones are those?
Oromo.
Right. Oh, yeah. Oromo is my dad's tribe, right? They're more Cushitic.
Like
my
in Ethiopia, right?
So you're weak.
Ethiopia, etc. Right. So I'm half of that. However, I claim more of the Bantu side because first of all, I look more Bantu. The only difference is my hair texture is a bit different. But I claim the Bantu side because that's more of the princely tribe. The other side, I'm just a normal average nigga, right? But the Bantu side, I'm more.
Okay. So you're picking the side, you know, like the princely side. So
yeah,
and you reject the other side.
Yeah, because
okay, gotcha. Okay, keep
Africa,
going.
right?
Keep
In
going.
Africa, you can't just, for example, let me give you an example. I lived in Kakamega. That's the city of the Wanga tribe, right? The Osage Buganda, whatever you want to call it. Now, I could have gone down to North Kenya and places like Wajir and lived there. The issue is, though, I don't know those people. And my dad, unfortunately, wasn't in my life in the same way my mom was in my life, right? So I couldn't claim his people the same way. So if I go there, I know that these niggas are going to be stealing my stuff, right? So I'm not going to go there. In Africa, you can't just live anywhere you want. You have to live with your tribe. You understand this, right? Correct? Right. So for me, I claim that I'm a Wanga descendant. I'm not a. However, the issue here is simple as this: I'm Wanga. I'm half Oromo, but I look more, Bantu. My hair texture is more, Oromo.
Wow, you're everywhere.
Where? That's the thing. Niggas gotta be everywhere.
Okay, but I know that you said you like Senegambian or Fulani.
Yes.
So do you know, like, with especially with Fuller, right?
Right. Have you tried
what I'm saying? Typical Fullers from Senegambia, right? Typical Fullers from all the combination you've told me. Typical Fuller and the other tribes you've mentioned. Do you know that they're not gonna they would reject you. They're not gonna, marry you. Do you know this?
That's okay. Listen, it's okay.
Like
Right?
no. What I'm saying, truly, like, because like they would totally reject you. It's not based on the looks or whatsoever, but just from what you're telling me, your heritage, where you're from, your tribe, all that. Like they're not gonna, marry you. They would reject you.
That's okay, right? Honestly, I just love Senegambian women, and like I said, have you tried Senegambian jollof? That shit is so good.
Funny guy.
Dr. Kaiser, now I know you.
Price between Gambia and Nigeria is stupid. Senegambian jollof is so pang. Blood, you try that jollof rice.
Were you asking me if I've tried it?
Yes. Have you tried Senegambian jollof? Yes, I'm asking you the question.
I'm from that region.
Right. You know how better it is than the Ghanaian or Nigerian jollof, right?
Okay. I see what you're trying to do here.
Okay. He's trying to butter you up. He's buttering you up.
Yeah, this is definitely been interesting. Like I have no issues with people definitely speaking of what their experience is and how they view the world. A lot of people are learning something from Dr. Kaiser here. Okay, we have Mutu Walima.
Hold on, Damas, I just want to say something to Dr. Kaiser. Just one thing, right? Just brief. Dr. Kaiser, I understand what you say and your own perspective and how you view things as well. But I just want to forward this to you. I think it may be better to view things as each and every race has their good-looking people and bad-looking people. They have the brilliant people and worse people. And so there's brilliant and bad that's coming from each race, including all over the world. And I have seen it so many times. You spend so much time thinking these are better, these are better, these are better, but you end up finding that there's ugly and beautiful people in every other race around the world. It's better to look at things from that way. It's more healthier for your state of mind.
Right. Let me answer that question before I move on to the next panelist. Statistically, you have to acknowledge the differences between the different races, right? So let me give you an example. Do you know what my IQ is? Guess.
I don't know. No.
It's 170. I'm a genius.
Mm-hmm.
By all intents means,
wait, you're a genius too?
According to the statistics, I'm part of Mensa, right? I've joined Mensa. I passed the test. I am literally a genius according to the standards of what a genius is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me give you an example, right? The Bantu tribes have more.
So, Dr. Kaiser,
like how many people do you know who have a PhD at 26 years old? It's very rare, right?
Well, I haven't looked, but
right.
like Dr. Kaiser, most people that people like I'm not the smartest guy anywhere, but
no, you're very intelligent. Exactly what things mean.
I'll just leave this one alone. Continue. You're a genius. Keep going.
So, okay, when I say I'm a genius, I don't mean it in a way like I think I'm better than no, I do think I'm better than everyone, right? I call myself
Dr. Kaiser. Wait, Dr. Kaiser, did you really honestly do you believe these things? Are you just trying to trigger people, or are you trolling? No, wait, are you trolling me?
He believes it.
Afridama, let me ask you a question. You've been to okay, I used to live in New York, right, for like 6 months, but you actually truly live in America, right?
Right.
Let me ask you a question.
Right.
African Americans, do you think that they have a true and real problem, or do you literally see that these niggas are just not taking opportunities that's afforded to them?
Yeah, but not all. It's not one size. It's not gonna be one size fits all.
Right, but you
like when you say opportunity, like
right.
Like describe. Like, are you talking about as a group or individuals?
Okay, as a group, right? Let me ask you a question. You live in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've studied in America. You started a YouTube channel. You've worked as a personal trainer as well as a working as a in taxis, etc. You've made enough money and you
Where?
invested back in Libya, right?
In taxis? Did you just make up jobs for me?
Okay, I made that job.
Dude, you came here to troll me.
Okay.
I've never drove no taxis. What are you talking about?
Fine. But you worked as a personal trainer, right? Correct?
Wait, are you just saying this because of my physique?
Of course, yeah. I'm intuiting. Have you worked as a personal trainer?
What?
Yes.
You know what? Let's not make this about me. Just continue. This guy is interested. Keep going.
Okay. The point is, you've seen that a lot of African Americans are not taking the opportunities that are afforded to them when Africans, like especially Nigerians, Ghanaians, and Kenyans, are taking the opportunities. Now, you know this is true. I know that. I'm not going to ask you to answer you know the facts.
Like what is a fact?
Okay, so the fact is, 60% of Black Americans in universities that are the top universities, Princeton, Harvard, etc., Princeton, these are actually Africans. 60% of them, and Africans only make.
No. I wouldn't. I don't know. You know what? I don't know if I would agree with that, but okay. Because if you have to look at the numbers, it's not gonna match. The numbers don't fare out.
I'll put the link on the private chat.
I've seen the link you posted, but also not everything you read or when you're looking at statistics, it doesn't really translate to reality, like, because you have to look at the sample size. You have to consider the sample size as well. If you want to use statistics in the way that you're trying to use it, it's not going to match. Like, what's the sample size? And you got to look at who's also writing it. What's their, who is behind it, who are they, and what their beliefs are. So I take all that into consideration, but continue.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Very good point. So I'll say this. In America, most Africans come in there with a two-parent household, meaning a father and a mother is present. So if the mother is working, even if she's not earning as much money as the father, it's going to be at least $35,000 increased. But in most African American households, it's mostly the woman working. The father is not in the picture. So if a woman's earning, like, let's say $45,000 a year, she's just not going to be able to compete with the families that earn, double that. I'll give my example from a UK perspective. I grew up in the UK half of my life. I grew up part of my life in Kenya and a part of it in Ethiopia. So when I was in the UK, I remember this. My mother is educated to a master's. My father is educated to a PhD.
Okay, but wait, Dr. Kezo, I understand where you're going, but okay. The example you're giving about, like, Black American, that would take us off the subject. I mean, we can talk about that in another program. I can set that up, but I'm just confused. What's that have to do with this?
Okay, yeah, very, very good point, and I have to be submissive to that point.
Yeah,
because
because it really doesn't have anything to do with it.
Okay, you're very right. So I guess the main point here is African men, especially in the UK, America. I was only there for 6 months.
So you really don't know America.
6 months is not too bad, brother.
No,
right?
6 months is not. 6 months, you're barely learning the block. I'm telling you, like, you need more than 6 months to know America or whatever city you are in. I'm guessing, not only in America. I mean, if I come to the UK in London after 6 months, I'm not gonna say I know London that well. I mean, maybe I don't know. My IQ is not as high. Also, maybe that could be a factor.
IQ is fine, regardless. I've spoken to you several times. Your IQ is definitely fine. Don't worry about that.
Okay, we have DMF in. Mwalimu. Guys, we're about to come to the end of the show. I know this show is gotten interesting for most of all of us here. We're having fun, but you know, no matter what, at some point we have to come to the end of it. But before that, I have Mwalimu, I have DMF, Rondo, and as you guys know, Dr. K himself. I'm
Yeah.
going to allow, Mwalimu to respond to what he's heard so far. We'll go to Rondo, DMF, and eventually have them say their last piece. Go ahead, Mwalimu.
Yeah, Dr. K, I just wanted to ask you, with your level of, or with your way of thinking, why would you want to marry an African? I mean, if you think like that, you should be going for Asians or white people because they just look at their achievements in the world. Why would you want an African?
No comment.
I thought you were intelligent. Why would you want an African if you think like that?
I mean, yeah, that's a good question,
No comment.
No, wait. Dr. K. Dr. K, you've gave a very elaborate, idea of, how you view the world. And, most of the African regions and tribes did not pass the test.
Afridamus, if I answer this question, I will never become the president of East Africa. Right now, I've applied.
This dickhead.
Okay, you're definitely trolling now. This
honestly,
this guy's been set up to do this.
Okay, let's have DMF ask him too. DMF, go ahead.
Yeah, I think he's just having a laugh with us, and he enjoys obviously all the banter. He enjoys everyone's comments and everyone saying what he's. But I just, what the brother just said a minute ago. I think he's on point. If you're gonna marry a tribe that are really dominating the world or doing some great things in the world, why are you going to marry, with all due respect, a black person then, if that's the case? You might as well get married to, some Indians or some Arabs or some, some different people. But you talk about having PhDs. I think it's all a myth.
It's a myth, bro.
Yeah, of course.
Bro, it's not a myth, right? I know people over here, right? Mr. Uganda, African Millennium, Mr. Nice, they've all seen my PhD certificates, right?
Okay, is it the one that you done on your own laptop, or is it the special ones?
Listen, brother, I have 95 citations from research papers, meaning I write research papers and they have 95 certifications, right? In the last 2 years. I am actually excellent scientist.
So what did you do your dissertation on?
Exactly.
Oh, okay. I did my dissertation on something called thermoelectric power generation, meaning I can make electricity from the change and difference in heat. So let me give an example.
Where can we read this? Do you have like a PDF?
Exactly.
Yes,
uploaded, and
yes.
Which
if you can put a link in.
Yeah.
Scott, I'm not gonna give you a link, but Mr. Afridamus, I trust you. I will send you the link later after this stream. You will see it and then you can verify it yourself. The people I trust so far is Mr. Uganda, African Millennium, and you right now.
I'm not.
It's a you did
no one is bending backwards to see your credentials. You see what I'm saying? We're not doing none of that. You know where I'm from. I've got other things to worry about.
Dr. Kezo, you do know that you're not the only one in these panels with degrees and PhDs.
Exactly,
I'm
brother.
Sure there's a lot of brilliant people. There's a lot of brilliant people here that probably even on the panel that don't even contribute, but they have a lot of brilliant contributions as well. So why do you always? I don't know. Maybe you're aware of this or you lack the awareness. Why do you always
insecure
as a back into what you're gonna say?
He's insecure
in what you're gonna say.
Exactly, he's insecure.
Tell me, which people in this panel have a PhD? Tell me.
Say that again.
Which what? Sorry.
In this panel have a PhD. You just said other people do. Tell me, who are they?
Well, I have a PhD in life. How about that?
Oh no, that does not count because who gave?
Of course, it does count. Listen. You cannot go to some. Now wait. You said your part. Now let me say my part. Yeah. You see, one thing about these degrees and all this other stuff. Yeah. You see, there's a lot of people that went to university, such as myself, right? And they got all these credentials, and most of them couldn't get jobs in the things that they actually went to go and do their degrees in. Most of them actually spend their money, wasted their money. I know people with PhDs, MBAs, and whatever else you want to call them, right? I know people with all this stuff, black people I'm talking about. Yeah, some of them are even white, and they haven't got the jobs that they want. So all this stuff that you're talking about, listen, I know people that did not have none of the things you're talking about, and they're multi-millionaires right now.
No, but DMF, Kezo doesn't only have pay high dummy degree. He also he's a millionaire. I mean, isn't that's what it? I mean,
of course, he said that. Yes, he did say that. He's definitely a millionaire, right? Yes, on paper. Yes, on piece of paper. Yes, of course.
Okay, Kezo, somebody wants me to ask you: are you a millionaire in Kenyan shillings or? Huh?
You're killing me, brother.
Well, they wanted me to ask him if he's a millionaire in Kenyan shillings or American money or British money.
No. American money is
I think it's in cities. Yeah, that's what talking cities.
Bro, you can't. I'm not a shilling millionaire. I'm not a bird millionaire.
What is the bird? That's Somalia, right?
No, Ethiopia.
Oh, do you? Okay, someone said Zimbabwean dollars.
That one is more ridiculous.
I mean, Zimbabwean dollars. Don't you need a wheelbarrow to buy a French baguette, like $1 million for a piece of bread?
My, one of my girlfriends calling, right?
Okay, then.
Who's calling?
His girlfriend. One of his girlfriends.
Is that the Zulu one or the Kikuyu?
No, Somali one.
Huh?
The Somali one.
Yeah. So she's nice. Her name is Warda. Anyways, it's relevant.
Welda. Welda, yeah. Is that someone that sticks iron together or?
No, Warda.
Welda. Okay, Welda.
I want to ask Dr. K. Dr. K, is there any benefit, maybe from philosophically to bragging? Is there a benefit to it as well? I don't know if you're aware or not aware. Is there? Do you do it on purpose? Is there a benefit?
Hawer is actually one of the Somali tribes, right? So
who?
You're a very smart nigga. Hawer is one of the major Somali tribes. So this nigga over here is very.
Dr. Kezo, for doctor, why do you use
the word nigger?
Yeah, why do you use that so much?
Because I'm a nigger, right?
No, you're not a nigger.
He's trying to be not.
You're not a nigger. No, you're not a nigger. You're not a nigger. You're not a nigger. You're lost.
I am half Bantu.
Nah, you're lost, bro. You're not a nigger. You're not a nigger. You can't be a nigger.
So
I am a nigger.
So Dr. Kezo, do you? I mean, this term people see it as derogatory.
No,
I mean, here in America, right? So for instance, wait, back, like they've enslaved group of people here, and they would call them a name that they didn't have a choice in. Yes, I know some would say the rappers say it, but if you are not part of that group, which you even said, they are too weak for you to marry. Are you just calling yourself this to troll? Like, what is going on?
Very good question. So let me ask you a question.
Hello.
So you are a Soninke warrior, right?
I am.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can't hear you. There's no sound.
You can't hear me?
No, I can hear you.
Okay, I think his sound is not working. So
yeah, DMF, it's just your sound. Keep going, Kezo.
So let me answer this question about whether I'm a nigger or not, right? I look like a Bantu, so I'm a nigger. My hair texture is a bit different, but I'm still a nigger, right? Second of all, is this. The reason why I call myself a nigger is this. In Ethiopia, the word niggers means emperor. The word Kaiser is a Latin word for emperor. I am
Okay. Okay, Kaiser. I think you're playing with words here, semantics. I see exactly what you're doing.
Kaizo, do you know it cringes
You,
sometimes when you
yeah,
say
yeah.
it? You know it cringes sometimes.
Kezo, are you just trying to, play smart? Like I know, are you talking about Negus? Like the title,
Okay, so in Ethiopia, negus
Negus.
is it's a word that means emperor, king.
Yeah, I know that. But what I'm saying is, what you are saying here.
King in European languages.
So
Also,
are you using Negus to describe yourself? Or in America, what we know to be derogatory term, the N word, is that what you? Because that's what it sounds like to me. What about you guys?
So many women are calling me today. Anyways, so okay, Kaiser also means emperor, king in European languages. Kaiser, right? Kaiser comes from the word Kaiser in Germanic languages. So I
Yes,
am
we
an emperor.
understand it derives from Rome, like Caesar, Kaiser, and how it. But yeah.
So wait. So Kaiser, what did you have your PhD in again?
It's thermoelectric energy and solar technology. So I actually improved the efficiency of solar technology.
So I'm always curious. Like for some reason, I sometimes even online here. Is this? I mean, you're from the East, right? East Africa, like Kenya, right?
Yeah.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this like a Kenyan, Zambian type thing where? Because I see a lot of people from those part of Africa. They are quick to brag about, oh, I have a PhD, but they can never, the things like one guy was saying he has PhD in engineering, but the conversation we were having, has absolutely he couldn't speak on the engineering at all. They seem to know, that person. I'm not saying it's you, but he was doing the same thing like you. He knows how to explain all these terms to us that he's seen on TV or that first graders know about. Like what is going on with this? Like is this just a thing?
Killing first graders with that.
Like is it just a thing like where people just say they have PhD, and then but the thing that they have PhD in.
Hazel does it on purpose, and I want to understand why he does this on purpose. I want to understand what benefit is it.
Obviously, I'm a troll, right? But I'm not trolling right now.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But Kezo, you do realize we're having actual conversation here, and you come in trolling. That's like derailing what we're having here. We're having. I think Kezo, you believe in a lot of this stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, I because this is not my first time I've heard you, speak on it. Because one time I heard you on a panel, you said that there were studies that showed that Africans have the lowest IQ.
Exactly. Yes,
but when you said it, the Africans with you on the panel came hard on you, then you shifted your ground. But to me, I would have loved to let you speak on it, because I want to hear your perspective.
He just wanted to intervene to deviate the actual topic away from what we're supposed to be talking about. He just wanted all the attention, and all that happened is that he got what he came for, which is to sabotage the subject
let him speak. Go on, Keizo.
No. I believe Africans have the lowest IQ because I've done the studies. I actually work on research studies on IQ, and solar technology, thermoelectric technology, all of this stuff, right? I'm a polymath. That's why I call myself K Polymath, because in fact, I am proficient in musicology, in piano and guitar to professional standards, as well as other stuff, right? No, Africans do have the lowest IQ in the world. That's why we are the least developed communities in the world. That's a fact. There's nothing you can say against this. We just have to accept that this. Let me give you an example. Afridamus, right?
Mhm.
Afridamus. In Africa, I'll give you an example. So I have a friend, a very rich friend. So he's very intelligent. He earns $5,000 a month, right, in Kenya, Nairobi.
Right.
Right. This brother and his wife, they when they buy KFC or Popeyes chicken, they come back to my house because I lived with them for a little bit because I didn't trust Africans. I had to live with people I trust.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait, I'll let Kaizo finish this, but okay, Kaizo, I get your point, but okay, you're explaining your position, for sure. You're explaining your position, and but on that day, you backtracked, because if you, like you said, you're a PhD, you don't go by feelings, you have to stick with that fact. And I like that you are explaining it. I'll let you explain how you came to that conclusion, because I want people to hear it. Maybe there's some truth to it or not, but continue to explain. Maybe some would agree with you, some will disagree, but keep going.
Very good point. So right now, my channel has 1.7 thousand subscribers. So right now, I can say whatever I want because I know people are still going to protect me. When I met you in that conversation, I only had 800 subscribers. So I had to be very careful about what I say because black people, black people, we tend to judge rather than looking at the facts. So right now, I'm free to say whatever I want because I know that the people on my channel are going to protect me. Back then, I know that they were not.
Wait. So you based it off of if the people online are going to protect you before you say
Because
anything.
back then, I used to work for a British institution, right? I used to be a lecturer. So at that point, there's no way I could speak about these concepts in a very true way.
But why do you think that is, if it's true?
Because I have to be realistic, right? The white man controls the media. So if they will hear me speaking about these things in a very blunt way, I'm going to lose my job. Right now, I quit my job. I used to be a lecturer.
But Kezo, don't you think if you judge a fish by the ability of climbing a tree, don't you think that like the fish would lose every time? Fish belongs in water. Now you expect that fish to climb a tree, you compare the fish to a monkey. The monkey is going to win every single time because the fish cannot play the climbing game.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But you see, in Africa right now, I actually live in I'll be straightforward. I live in an estate called Jamhuri Estate in Ngong Road. Majority of people in this estate is Ethiopians and Sudanese people, and that's why I like living here. I don't like native Kenyan people.
So you were saying you didn't trust the Africans. That's where you stopped. And keep going. Tell us your reasons.
Hazel, couldn't it be said the reason for the lack of IQ is the lack of widespread of education and literature all across the African continent? The Chinese had it for centuries, and the Europeans had it during when the monasteries were started printing papers and all that stuff. Would you say it's down to environment and circumstances that caused Africa to fall behind, but it's not inherent?
Well, it's very difficult. I can't say it's inherent, and I can't say it's cultural. You know why?
But Kezo, correct me if I'm wrong. Since you are into genetics, you're a geneticist. I mean, I can see how, the conclusion you come into, somehow you based it off of, genetics, right? Yes. Like biology.
Yes.
So, okay, so you're saying you've come to the conclusion that genetically Africans have lower IQ than the rest of the world.
100%, it's a fact.
Okay, carry on.
So the issue with Africans is this, right? Africans people, right? My IQ is, like I said, 160 to 170. I can't give you.
And you are African, right? You're African.
I am. I'm from Kenya and Ethiopia, right?
You're
So
not. Okay, you're not mixed with anything other than African.
Yeah, exactly right.
So there's a lot of people in your tribe with that high IQ too, right?
My brother has an IQ 140. He's also a genius. My sister is under IQ 125. She's almost a genius, right? All the people from my family, including my uncles and aunties and
so
sisters and brothers,
it runs in the blood.
Yes, exactly. Now, but the average African IQ, do you know what it is? It's 75, meaning that the average African
So
is
wait, 75. So 75. You know that's like below retardation, right?
Yes. Yes.
Wait, wait. You know, wait.
You're killing me after
Hold on. 75. That's below mental retardation.
Yeah.
80. That's borderline retardation.
That's a whole bunch of.
Okay. Continue, Polymar. The Africans pay attention now.
Right. The average African is retarded. This is why the average African country
and
developed, because most Africans don't know. Let me give you a simple example, right? So I have a friend who earns $3,000 a year, a month. He's actually my cousin. Another friend earns $5,000. He works for Microsoft. When I applied for Microsoft, they were willing to pay me $15,000 a month. That's irrelevant, right? I told them no, because I'm building on my business. Now, let me give you this interesting fact. The average African doesn't understand how to think about things. Let me give you a perfect example. When my friend and my cousin and his wife.
So Dr. Kezo, did you like grow up in a predominantly African, like you influenced
for 9 years? I grew up in Africa for 9 years.
For 9 years. So the formidable, the formidable years of your life, because children, the best for them to retain things between 1 and 3. So your most formidable and important, years of education was in Africa.
Exactly.
Okay, continue.
I
okay,
right. Now let me
so the roots of your high IQ was in Africa, where it doesn't, majority of the people at either borderline retardation or already retarded.
I believe if I grew up in if I grew up in the UK, I'll be high IQ. Do you know why I say this? My cousin, his name is Cruz. He lives in Australia, right? My cousin is 10 years old. Do you know where he is right now? He's in Australian University studying rocket science.
Okay, wait. Okay, so Kezo, I'm asking you this for, we never know, some Africans back home might be watching this. They've been struggling to find out how they can get their IQ up. Okay, because I remember growing up, some people, they would go to the medicine man for them to make medicine for them, like, the juju medicine, the intelligence medication. So when you were a kid, did they have to take you to this? Oh, it's
yeah, very good question.
Absolute rubbish.
Yeah, no, that actually, yeah, go ahead, brother.
No, finish up, case.
Yeah, so okay, the medicine men and everything like that, right? For me personally, so let me give an example. My dad used to be in his time, he used to work for United Nations as a marine biologist. He was one of the 5 only African marine biologists of his time. My mom was an agriculturalist, right? That's how we got into the UK, because she worked really hard. Now
she was too smart for Kenya.
Yeah, exactly, right? The average IQ of Kenyans. It's not just my mom, my aunt, and also my uncle. My uncle was the mayor of a Kenyan town, right? So the point here is that the average African IQ is low. We have to accept this. This is why every African country is poor.
Are you familiar with the Flynn effect?
Yeah, the Flynn effect, exactly. The IQ improves every generation.
Okay,
right?
Miko pointed that out. I remember reading about the Flynn effect when I went to the 13th grade, but okay, keep going.
Right, I know about it. I hope that the African IQ can improve when I'm emperor of East Africa.
But
Okay.
how? But okay. You said so.
don't
You
know
said two
happened.
things here. Okay, if it's genetics, right? You said you hope they can improve it, but if it's natural, how can this be improved?
Yeah, if it's natural, good luck, niggas. I don't know if you guys can improve it. I just hope it's genetic, and I hope that we can
No, 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 no,
actually.
no. Wait. You
Wow.
said hope or for sure? Because it sounded like there was studies. You've
No, there's studies, yes.
and
The studies, I don't believe in the studies. You know why? Because let me give you a simple example. In Congo, the pygmy people, right? If you go and look at a pygmy child, this child, let's say the boy child can identify 2,000 different plants for medicinal purposes. There's no way any UK person can do this. So the Congolese boy child in the Twa tribe in the Pygmies, they understand how these effects work, right? So the point here is that the Africans have unique properties that we don't have in the West. So
hold
if
on,
that's the
hold on,
case,
hold on.
Well, it's not
Maxwell.
necessarily it's not static, is it? Like the level of people's IQ is not static now, is it? It develops over time.
my IQ when I
Hold
went
on,
to
hold on. 1 second.
right now is
Maxwell wants to call in so bad. Maxwell, there's a link there. That's pinned. You can hit that link. But Dr. Kezo, before you go on to there, we have for Black righteous folks. I think for Black righteous folks have
Hey,
some
how are
response for you. I'm guessing.
Yo, what's up?
Thank you for coming in. Have you
you?
been listening to the conversation?
Of course I have. I'm gonna
Okay.
stick to questions because I would disrespect your channel and I don't want to do so
Yeah,
because
don't do so. Whatever you do,
yeah, I'm fine on a video, but I just have a few questions for him, this Dr. K guy. First off, you said that I think I saw you on Ike Agamemnon's channel before, correct?
Yeah,
You've been on the
IQ is
channel.
one of my business partners,
You're
100%.
like you're like a regular on his channel.
Not a regular business partner. This is one of my business
Oh,
partners.
business partner. So I heard you say before, I believe, something on the effect of, people that you try to work together with, they weren't willing to do like shicey type of things that was contrary to against the law. Weren't you the one that said that?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, so you and Ike are together, bosom buddies and whatnot. I know that Ike used to be, or his bloodline is of the Edo tribe that was involved in slave trade. And what exactly is your slave trade involvement of your bloodline? What's the name of it?
Yeah. So yes, his bloodline is unfortunately part of the slave trade where he sold slaves. He's a prince also. I am also
Yeah,
a
I discovered all that, but
Yes.
who are you?
Wait,
And
wait,
what is
wait,
your blood? What is your bloodline?
Wait, this is another prince.
Yeah, he's also a prince. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, he runs around in a manosphere, pimping a lot of the manosphere, unsuspectingly not knowing who he is and what he's about. I've talked about him on my videos before because he's a very shady chameleon type, and I know that he's up so good for Black Americans, and I've been really peeping his insecure, his non telling about what he's really about. So what is your bloodline involved in? It's not Edo. What is it?
No. Okay, so I have two major bloodlines, right? My mom's tribe is the Wanga tribe, the so-called Wakanda tribe. I'm literally from the tribe where the Wakanda myth came.
Wait.
The
The Wakanda, right?
I am from the Wakanda tribe, literally. Yes.
Okay, let's just call because Wakanda here. This is a comic book tribe.
Yes.
So you're telling us, the Wakanda. This comic book was about that tribe.
Exactly right. The comic book borrowed everything from the Wanga tribe from my people.
So how do you spell that? How do you spell that?
Okay, so you can spell it two ways. So I'm from the Buganda tribe. That's the larger tribe from Uganda. However, the sub tribe is from Kenya. It's called the Wanga tribe. That's where the Wakanda tribe narrative from the comic book came from the Wanga tribe.
Saying, how do you spell so I can look it up and research it?
Wanga. That's my mom's tribe.
Wanga. Okay, I got it. So another question, because you mentioned Zimbabwe, I believe, right before.
Yes.
Are you affiliated or dated somebody over in the Great Zimbabwe type of area, whatever you were talking about?
I've dated women from Ndebele. Ndebele is in Zimbabwe and South Africa. I've dated women from Shona. I've dated women from Xhosa. I've dated women from Zulu. I've dated women from Somalia, Eritrea, Kenya.
Are you related to anybody over there?
Yeah. Okay. I'm only related to the Somalia women. I'm related to the Kikuyu women in Kenya. That's my main, relatedness.
Okay, because you give off the vibe to me. You remind me of somebody by the name of Dr. Ericana. Do you know who that is?
No, I don't know Ericana.
She's in Ghana right now, talking about her Wakanda City. You never heard of the Wakanda City before?
Wait a minute.
He's pushing the Wakanda City. Don't you know about that?
Wait, for Black righteous folks. Wait, are you a defense attorney?
No, I'm not a defense attorney, but I'm trying to get an answer because he's so smart. He's so smart, so I'm trying to figure it out.
No.
Are you in support of Wakanda City, though, Dr. K?
Are you in support
of Wakanda City?
Wait, the reason why I'm asking, because for Black righteous folks, she slowly asked questions and walked Dr. K all the way to Arikana.
Because he got the vibration of someone that's an enslaver, a colonizer type like she is, someone that's wretched and deceiving with her project called the ADDI database, and she's pushing the Wakanda City. And since he's, repping for Wakanda City, I'm assuming maybe they were, bedfellows as well, and maybe he knows her, and that's his ilk.
Well, she's a doctor too. She's a doctor.
Exactly. So, it only makes sense to ask the question, are they related?
No, I'm not related. My mom's tribe, we did enslave Africans. My dad's tribe, unfortunately.
Wait, Dr. K. But when you said my mom's tribe, we did enslave Africans. Okay. Does that mean like Dr. K, are you an African?
Of course, I'm African.
So then what do you mean by? But when you say my mom's tribe enslaved Africans, that's like you're saying like it's like a white person or somebody who's not African describing this.
Oh right. Okay.
He's not really an African. He's an enslaver. That's what you don't get. His spirituality.
But also
not the African of people. He's for the elitists.
You differentiate yourself when you're Africa. Why?
I'm here for the average African. Of course, I'm an elitist, right? All my family members are governmental, people, right?
Exactly. You are a fraud. You're the type of people that go and rip off Africa all over the place and make sure you're rich and everybody else stays poor. That's what you are. You're exhibiting all these things. I'm so grateful that you did
Look,
this.
he's very proud of that. I don't think he feels remorseful about that. He's quite proud of that. Don't think he feels any little bit remorseful.
Well, I know you don't, but I'm just like, I'm going to be on full display on my next couple of videos coming up. Give me time. I'm probably going to wait a couple of days, but I'm coming for that ass. Trust and believe, Mr. Wakanda.
Average African is low IQ. The IQ is literally 80, right? 80 means you're almost literally.
Well, my IQ is way higher than what you're giving credence to even the African people, because I already pegged your ass in just 5 minutes. Okay?
I'm glad for you, but the average African IQ, and by African I mean African American included, is 80, right? 80 means you're almost.
What's so surprising to me, Dr. K, is the fact that these tests, who wrote these tests? White people, right?
I did.
White people wrote. They're trying to tell Black Americans, not maybe you per se, but this so-called Pan-African dumb movement is telling Black Americans how we can go to Africa and the colonizers out, and all these lies. Because guys want us to take the place.
Wait. I have a question here that is important. I have a question. So, Dr. K, your business is in Africa, right?
Yes. My main company is I have Ethiopian employees. I'm trying to work in Kenya, and unfortunately, Kenyans are scammers.
Okay,
Kenyans,
how wait. You're going too far. How are Ethiopians doing in the IQ department there?
no, they're very low IQ also. However, the
But
Ethiopians are
okay,
just
wait. You're saying, because my question is, because you want to make it to $1 billion or more,
right.
multi-billion dollar
I know
company,
I understand that.
and you need people that have high IQ or mid IQ, whichever the criteria is. So since you know this about Africa, why did you choose Africa as the ground for your business? And you don't trust Kenyans as well,
Right.
since
I don't
they.
trust Kenyans. Kenyans
Why
are
don't you?
scammers.
Okay,
I live
so
in Ethiopia right now.
wait,
I was in Ethiopia
Kenyans are
2 months ago.
scammers too.
Kenyans are like Nigerians. They're freaking scammers. I don't like this.
Hold on, they are the Nigerians of East Africa.
Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
Kenya is the most.
Bro, you're going too far, bro.
Listen, brother, listen. I'm Kenyan, right? I'm Kenyan, half Ethiopian. Kenyans are the most successful East Africans when it comes to economics. However, Kenyan niggas are freaking scammers, right? I don't like these niggas, right? Now, most of my employees are from Ethiopia. Do you know why?
Can you
This
just
guy
call them?
says it's okay to be a cheater. What the hell is he talking about? I'm confused.
Scammers.
But Dr. K,
so you saying that you like to cut corners and do unethical things? What does that mean?
I cut corners, right? Like Kenyans don't just cut
But that
corners.
means you're not as good as you're just as bad as a scammer. What are you talking about, dude?
I cut corners. They scam people. I don't scam people.
What do you do then? How are you cutting corners? Who are you scamming to get over?
I cut bureaucratic corners, but I will never scam an individual.
So you rub elbows with colonizers to get cut some money while you decimate your own country. Is what you're talking about, right?
I will rob a colonizer, but I will never rob another Kenyan.
I bet you bosom buddies with China. You and Ike, all y'all. I bet you. I bet you.
Okay.
Wait. Here. So okay, wait. We got for righteous black folk. Now let's allow Rondo to tell us what he's hearing. Go ahead, Rondo.
What I'm hearing, I haven't got much to say at the moment. I love what's happening here on this panel. That it's only on Afrodamus panel that you will get Keizo being pressured this much than any other channel, because in other channel he doesn't get pressured this much. So I love it to this extent.
You know everybody loves me in other channels, right?
I think a lot of them kiss up a bit too much, and they don't call you out on some of the cringy things you say.
Right. Well, love me.
Go on.
So
okay. People don't love you, man. I'm sorry. You're wrong. Not everyone loves you. We don't love you.
Go ahead. DMF. Wait, DMF.
Yes.
DMF.
Yes.
Wait a minute. I'm confused here. DMF.
Yes.
Dr. Kezo has a PhD.
Yeah.
He has a high IQ.
Yes.
A millionaire.
That's right.
Third degree prince.
That's right.
Might become the president of Kenya someday.
Who knows?
What's there to not love about him?
Exactly. I think he's got.
I want to know. Wait, DMF. I want to know. How can you not love a well-achieved man like this?
I know, and I'm gonna emphasize on the fact that he's got all the ingredients that you just mentioned to become a great man. You know what I mean? And I emphasize on the word, he's got all the ingredients. It doesn't mean that, because you may say something, that's how it is. It just means that we can all speak as how we want to speak.
So you don't believe him.
It's not a matter of I don't believe him. It's a matter of I'm happy for him, because you see, when people are in denial or in illusion, it's good to leave them there. You see where I'm coming from? Because obviously, once they snap out of it and wake up that deep sleep that they're in, they might see reality. You see where I'm coming from? Because when you're going around speaking very loosely, without actually understanding what you're talking about, or even having a clue about, like, you're only 25 years old, right? Is he 25 years old?
No, he can't, because he said he had his PhD at 26, right?
Okay, so how old is he right now then?
I'm 29 right now.
Okay, you're 29. Okay, so that means that you still got a lot more life to live. You see where I'm coming from? Like, you see, so the things that you believe that you know or what you don't know, I think you need to give yourself time so that way you can achieve all those things before you start just loosely talking. Because you see when you loosely talk sometimes, right, you can kill your own, you know what I mean, kind of vibe in terms of energy. Because remember, a lot of people are listening to you, and energy is something that we can't play with. You see what I'm saying? So when you're letting out all this kind of energy that some people may not agree with what you're saying, and it might come across the wrong way, you could offend someone. But people will be sending you negative energy, and the things that you really want. I wish that you become a president.
But wait.
You know what I mean? I wish you could do all the
DMF.
things that you're saying you want to do, because
no,
it'll be
DMF.
interesting to see it.
Wait, DMF.
Yes.
Here's the thing. Okay, Kezo, you said you want to be president, right?
You want to be emperor, not president, emperor.
You want to be president of, you want to rule a group of people who are scammers and borderline retarded, or mostly retarded. How do you suppose this is going to happen?
Okay, so let me give the context. In East Africa, there are 6 nations that are, okay, so let me give it an answer. I am a British citizenship. I am technically not Ethiopian or Kenyan in terms of citizenship.
Oh, so you're not even a citizen of these countries?
No, yeah. I'm not a citizen of Kenya or Ethiopia yet. However, I have the rights to be able to apply to be a citizen of those countries. So my point here is this, is that I am going to be the East African president. Right now, there's a country called East Africa countries: Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, and Tanzania. Somalia has applied to be part of it, but I don't think they're going to get accepted because Kenya doesn't like it, Somalia so much. However, I'm going to be president of this country, the East African country. I've applied for the passport for this country. Hopefully, they're going to give it to me.
So you haven't even received the passport yet.
No, not yet.
It's great that he has his self-esteem and everything. Can I ask him, how do you feel about the Chinese people that are debt trapping all over the place of Africa? Since you're going to be emperor, how are you going to address them debt trapping Africa right now?
No, they have high IQ at Kezo's level.
I want Dr. K to answer, because he's such an expert and he's so smart with a high IQ. What are you going to do about those Chinese people running amok, debt trapping all over the place when you become emperor? What are you going to do with them?
Okay, so when I'm emperor, right? So the Chinese usually get contracts.
Wait, you're no longer third degree prince. You went to emperor now?
That's what he said.
No, listen. I am, okay, officially I'm a 3rd degree prince, but I'm going to be emperor. My uncle was a mayor. My dad used to be a town's hall representative. So look, listen, I'm not just an average nigger, right? I am a high level nigger. Anyway,
you're not a nigger. You are a human being.
Dr. Kato, you've been talking shit the whole night.
Yeah, let's have Dr. R. Dr. R, go ahead.
Can you please let him ask the question about what he's going to do with the Chinese people since he's so smart?
Wait, hold on. Let's maintain order. Go ahead, Dr. R.
Dr. Kato, if you're a man, you're going to show your picture or switch on your camera.
Exactly. Oloshi.
You're gonna be president. Might as well.
Dr. K, you're so smart, yeah. Dr. K, be lucky you don't have your camera or picture on. I would have done magic on you, dumb fool.
Let me ask a question. I met up with a what's his name? That nigga from America. What's his name?
Nobody.
But Dr. Kezo, if you keep talking this way, how are you going to lead?
No, 1 second. I made a video with that nigga from America. I forgot his name.
Can you, for the sake of the conversation, can you just call their names?
Yeah, man, he's seriously going to get negative energy sent to him, man.
Is it the same police academy?
100%.
And I wish I had his picture.
No, what's the name?
Wow.
That's not my question, though. Conveniently, you thought you're smart, though. You ain't messing with the China question, are you? Why not?
One second. I made a video with this nigga from America. What's his name? I forgot his name. So he's gonna release a video with me and him in the next 2 months. So I'm one
What's
of his,
his name?
Police academy. Is that him?
O'Shea Jackson, is that what you're talking about? O'Shea?
There's
Is
8 of
his
them.
name O'Shea Duke Jackson?
No, O'Shea. O'Shea is one of my guys, but no.
I'm saying, was that the nigga you referring to, or you may be referring to Dynasty Demir? Who you referring to?
No, Dynas, no O'Shea. This one other guy.
Well,
Pan
who
African.
else would there be?
Hold on,
That's
Oh,
the
the
Kaizo.
sumo wrestler?
clown.
The sumo wrestler?
Pan African Strikes Back. I made
Oh, Pan African Strikes Back again. The big woman that's really, that talks to the man or
big woman. Listen, I made a video with Pan Africanism Strikes Back, like I told you.
Oh yeah, he's a big woman. He's a big woman.
Okay. I'm not gonna tolerate that, but listen, like I told you guys, I am a Bantu-looking guy with some weird ass hair texture. That's all. So I have made a video with him.
Okay.
He's gonna release.
Answer my question about the
Dr.
China.
K.
Wait a minute. We have give me a second, guys.
Very soon. I made a
Guys.
video with him. He was in
Okay,
Nairobi.
Kaizo. We have, like, you know, Mwalimu is from that same region, the place you want to rule.
Yeah,
And Mwalimu has been listening to everything you've been saying, you know, all throughout the show.
Right.
And up to where you're talking about this ruling thing, you know. So
He's a supporter of mine.
well, so I want to
I'm
allow
not
Mwalimu to
supporting
speak
it.
on after everything he's heard. You know, if what you're saying is just fantasy in his opinion or how he sees it, if he's even taking you serious. Mwalimu, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Dr. K, I wanted to ask you, how are you gonna become president of the East African region, let alone even Kenya? How are you gonna become president when your
He
tribe
said
is
emperor.
lame?
He said emperor. He means imperial. He said emperor.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
emperor.
saying.
How are you gonna become that when your tribe is lame, low in numbers, don't even have a voice? How are you gonna do that?
Good question. So my main tribe, my dad's tribe is Oromos. Yeah, you're right. We are only 500,000 people in Kenya. True. However, my mom's tribe, we are like 3 million people in Kenya. So I'm gonna use my mom's
Dr.
tribe.
Keizo, start your own tribe. Marry the finest women in that country, and you could start your own mini little tribe.
The finest women in Kenya are gonna be Kikuyus, obviously, right? However, like my dad's tribe is Oromos. You're right. We're only
Hold on,
500,000.
Kezo, are you? Where are you calling from? Are you in
I'm in Nairobi right now. I'm in Africa right now. I'm in Africa.
Where in Africa?
I'm in Nairobi in Kenya right now.
Can your neighbors hear you?
Yeah, of course. My fact right now I live in so most of my neighbors are Sudanese, Ethiopian, a few Kenyans. I live in.
You don't trust the Kenyans?
No, of course not. These niggas are
Okay. Answer Mwalimu's question. Keep going.
Okay. So Mwalimu, to answer your question, right? You're right. My dad's tribe is only 500,000 people, but my mom's tribe, the Buganda people, they are like 4 or so million people. So I'm gonna use them to elect myself as emperor of.
But you don't even trust them.
I don't trust them. I don't care about these niggas, right? I just need to use them to become the emperor, the supreme ruler of East African community.
See what I mean? Got some issues.
Well, you know, it's been fun, Dr. Keizo. I really enjoyed
Please
your perspectives. I enjoyed everyone's perspective.
China, please.
So
If
we're
he
gonna
does not agree about China or not being in power.
Give me a second. So we're coming to the end of the show. I'm gonna allow all of you to say your closing statements before we leave. We will start with you for Black Righteous Folks.
Well, I would hope before he closes that he would answer the question about China, because China, again, is all over the place in Africa, and he wants to become emperor. He's going to have to address those debt traps, though. And I want him to answer, how is he going to address that? That's my question. So also in closing, thanks for this discussion. I will be doing a video follow-up about this, maybe in a couple of days, because I have other things to do. But I want Black Americans to see the mindset and spirituality of some of y'all Africans that are elitists, like this Dr. K, not the Africans in general, but the ones that rub elbows with colonizers and understand their spirituality and how they do not care for Black Americans. He was on here bashing Black Americans saying nigga, 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 and all these things because he does not like us or respect us. And this is one of the things that I talk about in my video about why we should not care about wanting to unify with people that don't care about us because
No,
they want to
wait,
use and abuse us.
I don't think
That's
that's
their
what the
agenda.
conversation is about.
but he's you see, he's described the Kenyans too.
But
So
no, but he really specifically kept talking
no,
about
no,
what we're not doing in America. Why is he so concerned about what we're doing in America when he's not in America?
no. But did you hear what he said about
Our
the
concern.
Africans?
I'm saying that our business in America is not his business, but he's making it his business for a reason.
He's a doctor.
He has an issue. He needs to go see a therapist.
All right, thank you. And
All right.
now we're gonna go to Rondo. For Black Righteous folks, thank you for saying your piece. You're always welcome here.
All right. Dr. Keizo has been interested actually listening to you. It's not say I ain't got a problem with you or anything or something, but I do think you do tend to overanalyze things to a point where I can equate you to being an autistic type of person, which sometimes very intelligent, but lacks some type of awareness.
I have autism, 100%.
Right. So I tend to think you lack this type of awareness where you don't know when to stop or when to not stop. You just keep going and going. And sometimes I've met people like that, and people who have they don't tend to strike me as leaders. So I don't even understand how you're going to be emperor at the same time. But it's interesting your perspective, and I think it will do you. I think it will do you a lot of good. Looking at the world in a more compartmentalized rather than blanket slating everybody. I think there's brilliant people in every people. I think there's good, and when I say good, I mean it. There's refined people in every society. There's the good in them, and then there's a bad in them, even in England and all that. So when you stand to say, "Oh, all these people are this way," all that, eventually you're gonna come to that point where you hit that point, and then all this is gonna come down on you. Right? So I think moving on forward, it will be better to look at the world in that compartmentalized type of way. Like if British people have beautiful people and ugly people. I mean, I was working today, and I was like, you know what? Just look at this situation. You understand what I mean? And then you look at other races. They have beautiful people and ugly people. So, and with slavery, anybody is just a circumstance in time. Anybody can overcome that as well, just like the British did, the Slavs did as well. And any other people around the world can it's just a time.
Thank you.
Hold on, I'm gonna finish.
No, you're done. Thank you.
Hold on, there was one more thing.
Wait, I think he really heard you this time. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you coming. Let's have Mwalimu. Mwalimu, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Dr. K will never become emperor of East Africa because of his tribe or tribes. If he was in a tribe like mine, I would understand because we're in Kenya, Ethiopia, Congo, South Sudan, and even Uganda. I would understand that, but he's only in Ethiopia and Kenya and very, very low in numbers. So I don't get how he wishes to become emperor, and that will never happen.
Thank you, Mwalimu. Well said. Now we have DMF. DMF, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, go for it, DMF.
I just wanted to say, I'm going back to the original topic.
Yeah.
It's all about preference in terms of who you choose to want to be with, you know what I mean, or who you desire. And I don't believe that it should be about, you know what I mean, all this genetics that this guy is talking about and all this color and all this shade. And if you want to be a white person, you go ahead and do your stuff. If you want to be a bit Indian, you go ahead and do your stuff. If you want to be a black woman, you go ahead and do your stuff. So I think the decision is with that individual. I don't like to use that word individual, but the decision is with the person because at the end of the day, whatever decisions that you make, you're gonna have to live with that decision. You see what I mean? So when you're living in this world and there's so many different factors that go to play in regards to how things pan out for you in your life in the future. The decisions that you make today will affect you tomorrow. Just like the things that he's saying, he said a lot today, and the gentleman before
Rondo.
mentioned the fact that I think True Naja or
No,
is it True Naja?
no, Rondo.
Rondo, okay, right. Yeah, the things that he said, which is, he doesn't know when to give it a rest. He just talks and talks and talks. You can be clever, but you can be very, I should say, observant in being clever. You don't have to always say stuff to provoke a reaction, because you see sometimes when you ask for these things, it'll come to you without you even realizing it's coming to you. That's why I mentioned the fact of energy. You see what I'm saying? So yeah,
Well, thank you.
so yeah, that's
Thank you,
it. That's what I got to say. And thank you for hosting me.
No problem. Well said. Well said. Thank you for coming. Now, Dr. K. Dr. K, before you go, hold on. Let me respond to Baruti. Baruti, come on. We've learned quite a bit here. We went through the colorism, the solutions. We've heard other parts, what Dr. K, how he thinks, how the other people in the panel thinks. So I believe, we've learned quite a bit here. You said the Muzungus are laughing. No, there's plenty of white people in the chat here. They are not laughing at the topic. They are learning just like you, me, and everybody else is. We're enjoying the conversation. Let's not, say, oh, such and such is watching, as if we're children, somebody's monitoring us. We do what we want to do, just like, we're free people. We're all free. So, Dr. K, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks very much for allowing me to speak. In fact, I have to give you respect. This is the most free discussion that I've ever had in any panel so far. So I really appreciate this.
Yeah, no problem.
So to everybody speaking, especially for Mwalimu. Mwalimu is actually a Kenyan. I know him personally. So, of course, everything he said, I'd have to take it realistically because it's something that's going to affect me. Now, like I said earlier, my mom's tribe, we did enslave people. My dad's tribe, unfortunately, some of them, not most of them, some of them were enslaved into India. So, in fact, there was actually a guy called Habshi. Habshi became an emperor of India when he was enslaved there. So again, my people are actually fighters because even when they were enslaved, they became emperors in India, right? So this is why if I want to marry someone, it's going to be a Kikuyu, an Oromo, or maybe a Tigrayan person, or maybe some of those tribes. I'm never going to marry a Tanzanian because Tanzanians allow themselves to be enslaved by Somalis into Saudi Arabia.
So from what you're saying, I take it that you've listened to what everybody else have to say, but like you haven't have you taken anything into consideration, or you just sticking to your plans?
I've considered it, but here's the thing: here's the issue. Why would I marry myself as Tanzanian? Tanzanians are boring, useless, and slow people. I don't want my genes for my kids to be slow and useless. I need my kids to be able to become billionaires. That's the next level of this whole game. So I need Kikuyus. I respect Kikuyus. I don't like them, but I respect them because they work hard. And they
So you would marry someone you don't like?
Because I respect them, exactly. Right.
Okay, so it's just the respect. It's not about liking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I actually like Tanzanians. Tanzanians are the nicest people in the whole world, but they're useless. They're not gonna go out here and then make sure my kids are gonna be able to grow up with the genetics that's gonna allow them to succeed. So Kikuyus, yes. Tigrayans, yes. Rwandese people, yes. But Tanzanians, never.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. K. You're welcome here. And people, that was Dr. K. As you guys heard, he's sticking to his plans as he sees it. He doesn't want to marry, quote unquote, in Tanzanians because they're weak. He's labeled some of the tribes and pretty much fitting right into what the topic is. You guys, if you look at it, the topic said Western blacks. So it looks like Dr. Kazo, as he said, grew up in the UK, British. You know, he hasn't even got the paperwork yet, but he wants to be the prince and the third degree. So let's pray for him. You know, wish him well. Hopefully he can, you know, apply and get his paperwork going to get himself to this third degree princehood that he is looking for. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been great. I know some of you are going to feel very tense about the conversation, but it's best, people, it's really best to allow everybody to speak without stifling people's voice. Because I've come across his conversation before, and some of the things I've asked him here, he said this in other panels, but they couldn't take it. They had to shut him down. And I don't believe in that. You know, to me, I want to hear, you know, and I want you guys to hear too. So either way, it's been beautiful. I don't believe that Africans are retarded, as he says. Are there going to be people who are retarded? Of course, you find that anywhere. But good luck to him, and thank you to all of you that are watching, that are going to come to watch. Just take it as a learning lesson. Nothing, nothing else. You know, it was definitely entertaining, people. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was definitely entertaining. I do believe that he believes in a lot of the things he said. As crazy as they sound, you can tell they are well thought out. He's thought about them. So he's just laying it out for all of us. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, don't let me keep you waiting. I'll see you guys next time. Enjoy.